Good evening. It's Matt here. You're watching The Warble, and I'm joined on stage by Age. How you doing, mate?
G'day, Matty. G'day, everyone. I'm doing really well. I'm doing really well, mate. How are you going?
Ooh. Mute that. I've got it. I've got another video of the stream, and it's like slowed down to about 0.25. So I got to hear myself talking in slow motion. It wasn't good.
Professionals always here, mate.
So who we got in here? Rick, g'day, mate. Chrissy, how are you, mate? Voidoid, g'day, mate. And Mick. So let's see if a few more people come in. How's your week going, Age?
Been good, mate. Been bloody busy with work. The usual shit. Yeah, just nothing really to write home about. Watched the cricket. When was it? Last night? When no, the night prior, where England discombobulated. That was good fun. Watching the end of Ben Stokes was excellent. Ben was up super early this morning and managed to watch the young Aussie girl beat Serena Williams at 45 years old, or whatever stupid age she is. So, yeah, a little bit happening, but no, can't complain, mate. What about yourself?
Just week's going pretty well. Keeping on top of my tasks. I can't believe how fast the week has gone. We're already at Wednesday. It's just ridiculous. How fast it's going.
Gets like that. Bloody hell.
Who are the Poms playing?
They're playing the Kiwis over there in England. Sorry. So
Okay.
and the Kiwis got them. They won the series 2-1. So yeah, I'm not sure how closely you followed it, but Ben Stokes had another drinking incident, and he was pretty much going to lose the captaincy and whatnot. But it was sort of not decided yet because it was in the middle of the series. And then the last test match, he's announced on day 4, just before tea, the most random time. He told his teammates that, you know, this will be his last test match and he's going to retire and that'll be it. And then what followed was an absolute disgrace. So the Poms needed about 400 odd in the 4th innings to win the test match. Ben Stokes has decided to open himself in the batting, which he's only done once or twice in his career.
Right.
He's then decided to go for an absolute slog. His first 2 or 3 balls, he's tried to fucking smoke over the fence, right? Like he's clearly gone for sixes. Missed them both, got nowhere near it. Ended up making about 30 odd off 20 balls, just fucking slogging everywhere. You know, lost his wicket, so great captain's knock.
Wow.
And then, yeah, obviously just broke the back of the team pretty much, and they were all out for 200, 220 odd, something like that. But, yeah, it was just nice to see the Poms fucking implode like that. So we can fuck off Ben Stokes forever and never have to hear that cunt's name again. And he can go drinking as much as he likes now.
Is there another bloke called Wokes? Or is that just the nickname they give to Stokes?
Chris Wokes. Yeah,
There's a guy called Wokes. I thought that was someone taking the piss.
Yeah, he's like a medium pacer. He's not great, but he's played a few Ashes series against us. But yeah, Chris Wokes, I'm pretty sure.
Wokesy.
Yeah, I've got him here. Chris Wokes. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, no, not a whole heap happening, mate. To be fair, so as you can see, my last few days have been very interesting. Yeah, I played 62 test matches in the end. That's a lot more than I thought. There you go. I need to apologise in advance to everyone in chat as well. I'll be muting myself a fair bit because for those of you in Melbourne right now, where I'm at in the eastern suburbs, it is raining cats and dogs, and I do this from my fucking garage, and it's a bloody tin shed, and yeah, it's absolutely fucking bucketing down at the minute. So I'll make sure I mute myself in between my shit talking, just to save all you blokes.
All right. So I saw this this image come up on my socials. Can you guys see this?
Yeah, mate.
It's from the Manly Bowls Club. Marty the Marlin lesson, the role of a selector. And I just thought this was really interesting. And I thought we would use this little dot point to see how fly's going. All right. So let's see if we can get a bit closer with this. All right. What good selectors do. Right. Pick teams fairly is number one. How are we going with fly? Tick or cross?
That's got to be a cross, Matty.
Okay. Reward good form.
Got to be a cross, doesn't it? Westy would
Yeah.
have got a game last week if that was the case.
Cross. Are you seeing the ink that's going on here?
Yeah.
Build balanced teams, and what we want to be having like a B plus. He'll get a tick. So build balanced teams.
Playing 7 tall forwards in the same team probably is not a balanced team.
Also paying three defenders in side bottom, Houston and Dacos, who are slow and can't defend. That's not balanced at all. That's a cross. Watch players regularly. Well, how often does Fly watch the VFL?
Well, we don't see him at the VFL. He could watch it, but we definitely don't see him there.
He doesn't go to the games. No. Communicate honestly. Now, we can't tell behind closed doors how honest he is, but if he is being honest to their faces, then he is contradicting himself when he talks to us and the media. So that's a bit of a question. That's a bit of a question mark. Put the club first. Oh, not in recent times. I'll Fly.
No, that's probably the biggest no of the lot, to be honest.
And the middle one is how players should respect their selectors. Now what nobody should do. So this is the absolute no-goes when you're selecting a team. Play favourites. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Fly. Bomb. This is his next one. Pick mates over merit. Whoopsie. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Complain publicly.
Oh, fly.
Oh, fly.
Fly.
Come on, no. Create division in the club. Well, we can only speculate, but it's certainly possible.
It's coming. It's coming.
If it doesn't now, it will eventually. Disrespect volunteers. That doesn't really apply. Blame others for poor form.
Hard to know. But
Well,
yeah.
Well,
He
does he
definitely doesn't
blame
blame the
players
oldies.
rather than himself?
Yeah.
So he never
I'd
ever
love-
says that his coaching is struggling.
Yeah.
But he
funny.
does criticise the reserves, the VFL.
Very rarely have I heard Fly ever say like, we got out coached tonight, or I can't recall. You hear that occasionally from a coach. They'll say, "Oh, look, they got us in that aspect of the game." Very rarely have I heard him say things like that. He'll usually bring it back to like Collingwood, like he'll say we didn't do this well or something. Very rarely does he give the opposition to say you got out coached or anything. So yeah, interesting.
There you go. So could everyone see that up on the? I got a feeling that people couldn't see that.
No, it should have.
It was going up there.
It would have been a waste of 10 minutes otherwise.
It would. People are going, what are you talking about?
What is it? It's Flight Marty the Marlin or something? Who was it?
I don't reckon it was up there.
Uh-oh. Someone help us out.
Chat.
Yeah, Lucas said he can see it. Unless he's
Okay.
just being nice.
Okay. Thanks, Boomer Graham Matthews. All right. So I put this into AI. How does favoritism and special treatment affect your professional athletes? Can we see that?
Yes, mate, I can.
Make that a little bit. Oops. Okay. Favoritism and special treatment destroy team morale and undermines a coach authority. When certain players consistently bypass team rules or receive preferential treatment, it creates a toxic culture of resentment, divides the locker room, and ultimately degrades on-field performance and trust. Special negative effects include destroyed team chemistry. Trust is essential for cohesion. When athletes feel rules apply unequally, it creates an us versus them mentality, fracturing the bonds required to win games. Decreased motivation. Hard-working bench players and role models lose a drive to improve if exceptional effort and adherence to team rules are ignored in favour of a star who gets a free pass. The overall work ethic plummets. Erosion of coaches' authority. Once a coach is perceived as playing favourites, they lose the respect of the entire roster. Players become less receptive to tactical adjustments and constructive criticism. So this whole thing I think it's been going since the premiership, this lack of selection integrity. I think it does affect them psychologically more than we know. Increased. What are your thoughts on that?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I think we started speaking about that about a month ago. We were saying, hang on, was all this happening in our premiership year? I think it was. You would need to go back and go the week by week, but I've spoken to enough people to know that, yeah, the same shit was happening then. However, we didn't have the urgency to play any youth or anything purely because we were winning games and the list profile wasn't as dire as what it sort of is now. But I think the same thing was happening. I think a few times guys like Oleg, which, he was a fringe player, so I'm not going to, I'm not just going to hang my hat on Oleg, but there was a few times where he had good performances and he was dropped, and, he's clearly just not part of the long-term thinking. And other guys that were sort of fringy players got games every week, no matter the performance. But yeah, look, I think it's definitely been amplified, obviously, the last year, probably the last 12 months. But yeah, it was happening back then. I think everyone knows that.
Yeah. I think that the turning point was that Gold Coast game when we came off the bye, and we'd won 6 out of 9 games and 2 draws with a lot of injuries, and then we brought back the 5 players off a bye, 5 experienced players, and we didn't score a goal for a half of football. That's when the lack of selection integrity really showed itself. So that's
Crazy.
2 years ago, almost exactly 2 years ago.
Yeah, it would have been. Yep, pretty much exactly.
Increased turnover. Talented athletes, especially young prospects or frustrated veterans, are more likely to request trades or leave as free agents if they feel the environment is inherently unfair and limits their growth.
Yes, interesting, that one, isn't it? Won't be the old guys, but it might be the young ones.
Not in our situation.
Yeah, the old guys are there for good, mate.
Yep. And then it said, would you like to explore coaches that can... would you like to explore strategies coaches can use to prevent favoritism, or are you looking for examples of how this dynamic has impacted specific professional teams? Oh, I didn't really read that question. We might do that. And I said some studies on this. Yeah. Empirical research across sports psychology, organizational behavior, and sports economics confirms that favoritism and preferential treatment fundamentally damage athletic environments. The psychological, behavioral, and performance-based impacts are documented in several key studies. The impact on athlete mental health and engagement. Long-term study conducted by Brandon University evaluated athletes' perception on favoritism. The findings: athletes who perceive favoritism within their sports environments reported significantly lower psychological engagement and decreased general self-worth. The takeaway: the study proved that favoritism acts as a direct predictor of negative psychological experience, showing that athletes who feel alienated by preferential treatment struggle to maintain their confidence and motivation. Well, no shit.
Yep.
And I just go back to the story that Dermot told about when they asked Will Parker if he was getting a game or not, and his reaction, clearly devastated. Not so much that he's getting dropped, but he's just in and out of the side so often when other guys are getting a free ride. And, it's if everyone's killing it out there, then he wouldn't be so slighted. But when he looks at Flyers' favourites and sees, well, why are they any better than me? Some of them are performing worse. Some of them have been around for a lot longer and should be playing better. So it just shows that some players we're going to put back into the VFL. Others, we won't say they're omitted. They get managed, which means they have a rest for a week and then they're automatic selection the next time we're playing.
Correct, mate. It's Blind Freddie knows that. to be the case. Steph says something interesting. He said, ask AI if Collingwood has been playing favoritism in its selection.
Okay.
It's probably going to be woke like fly, this fucking AI.
This here's good. Justice versus favoritism in team dynamics. Study on favoritism and fairness in teams, published by MDPI, examined how team members resolve tensions between favoritism and fairness when collaborating for a shared outfit. Findings said the study demonstrated that healthy, high-functioning team cooperation relies entirely on distributive norms, meaning rewards and recognition must be allocated proportionally based on an individual's actual relative contributions. When special treatment overrides actual production, the foundational cooperation required for a team to succeed collapses. Wow, you don't say.
Yep. We're seeing that in real time, I reckon.
And it's systemic favoritism, status bias, and referees. I think this is more about certain players getting favoured by the umpires, but yeah, high status clubs, etc.
Yeah. We know that not to be the case at Collingwood anyway.
I'm gonna get this question. See, the thing is, we can put this into into AI, and it's just going to search for articles, and we'll just try. We'll see what it says. My spelling is so bad that sometimes AI doesn't know what I'm trying to say.
That's a setback.
Yep. Come on, AI. Oh, what's happened to you? Definitely need an assistant. Here we go. Okay, perceptions of selection favoritism or sentimentality toward veteran champions can severely damage an elite club like Collingwood Magpies, especially when navigating a rough patch or a poor start to an AFL season. When a team transitions from a premiership peak to a period of decline, such as during their highly scrutinised campaign featuring the AFL's oldest and most mysterious roster, the line between backing your leaders and playing favourites become razor thin. While professional coaches like McRae fiercely protect their system, choosing a sentimental selection policy over form-based merit can directly trigger a poor start in several distinct ways. Oh, that's from Pommy and Oz. Good on you, Pommy.
Good on you, Pommy.
Might watch his video, or he might complain. Blocking emerging youth and stagnating VFL development. Collingwood's reliance on highly experienced core, numerous players over 30 like Pendlebury, Sidebottom and Howe, means senior spots are fiercely locked down. The selection issue. When veterans are consistently selected despite dropping off in speed or pressure metrics, younger prospects performing well in the VFL feel rerouted or ignored. The impact caps the growth of the bottom half of the list. Younger players realise that exceptional form in the reserves won't yield senior opportunities, causing motivation and pressure at training to plummet. Failure of the team defending system. Collingwood famously operates as a high-octane system club. This is Pommy again, reliant on intense forward pressure, compression, and relentless running to protect the corridor. The selection issue, if special treatment allows out-of-form or aging stars to keep their spots, the team overall physical capacity drops. Modern AFL is completely unforgiving to a drop-off in leg speed. Even 2 or 3 selected players cannot maintain the intense pressure requirements of McRae's tactical scheme. The system breakdown. Opponents can easily slice through the midfield, exposing defenders and leading to a string of early season losses or failures to close out games. Destruction of accountability and the premiership hangover. It's Pommy again. Championship culture requires a constant reset of standards. Selection issue. If the coaching staff selects players based on past grand final heroics rather than immediate week-to-week output, accountability evaporates. The impact, a toxic complacency can set in. When players notice that individuals are immune to being dropped to the VFL, regardless of poor performance, the internal hunger to improve diminishes, leaving the club vulnerable to hungry, sharp opponents earlier in the year. I can hear here.
Yep, not a true word spoken there.
Now, loss of edge in close games. Collingwood's greatest historical strength under McRae was winning close single-digit games through unwavering trust and execution. The selection issue. Choosing reputation over current physical fitness directly hurts late-game endurance. That's a good point. The impact. When selection favours sentimentality, the squad lacks the late-game energy required to close out contests. This can cause a team to lose tight, winnable games early in the season against fast-finishing rivals. Okay.
All facts, really. Even if it did come from Pommy, you know, it's actually wild to me that of the whole internet, you've got literally us and fucking Pommy that are speaking about it. You know, just goes to show you, most people don't know what they're watching.
Manny said West, Angry and Q are on the plane for Gold Coast game this week. Let's see who gets selection for the GC game this week. All right. If anyone wants to hop on, link in the chat.
Beautiful. Chop him out, guys, because it is fucking raining cats and dogs, and I do not want to piss you all off all night. I will say to Chris, just in terms of that question, I'd be very disappointed if Westy and Angry are on that plane and at least one of them doesn't get a bloody game. I'd be very, very disappointed. Pure and simply because Westie's played about 2 fucking VFL games in 2 months, and angry. Yeah, look, we all agree he shouldn't have been dropped. He's torn it up in the VFL. If Ned Long's anything to go by, one good week in the VFL should automatically give him selection again this week. But who knows? I'd be very disappointed if both of them don't bloody. If both of them miss, that'll be pretty shit. So good signs that they're on the plane anyway.
Now I'm going to bring Chris up. G'day, Chris.
Hey, Matt. Hey, Age.
Hey, Chris.
Now, Chris, isn't our VFL playing in Brisbane as well, or in Queensland?
Yes, they are. They're playing Saturday morning.
So all of our VFL would be going up, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but Manny was saying they were on the plane maybe for this game. He was saying they're on the plane for this game, maybe.
Oh, sorry. I'll just correct you there. No, the VFL are playing down in Coburg. So
they're okay.
The Brisbane Lions, but here
Well,
in Victoria.
It would annoy me if they're sending Westy and he's one of these carryover bullshit things, and then he doesn't get to play. Same with
Angry.
Coburg, 10 a.m. Oh, that's an early start. They probably prefer to be on the plane to Queensland.
Fucking oath. Although Chris told us it's cold in Queensland. What are you talking about, Chris? Cold in Queensland? Come on.
It is. We're in winter. We're in cold.
Yeah.
We get rain. We get rain all the time.
And what do you consider cold? What temperature was it today?
I don't know. Cold? It gets cold like night time.
Yeah.
I don't have no idea.
Fair enough.
20 is cold for me.
Mm.
All right. Let's Lucas. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, Matt, and the chat yourself.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Have you been watching since the start?
I have been, of course, Matt. The more Collingwood knowledge I know, the better, apparently. So, yeah, of course.
So you can relate in Geelong's situation?
Well, if they don't win this week, I can relate. Tough game, but yeah, 50-50 that one. You never know how Brisbane are going, so we'll see on that one. But I'll tell you what, Matt.
Yeah, go on.
I loved that. I loved that at the beginning with the coaching thing, and the requirements. I love that. That was fantastic.
The selection.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Yeah, me too.
We need to send the coach of the Manly Bowls Club, the Marlins, Marty the Marlin. We need to get him as a consultant down at Collingwood. Marty the Marlin, get him down there.
Absolutely.
He knows.
Absolutely.
He knows what's what.
Yeah. Matt loved it.
And I think every coach has got some sort of favoritism. You're always going to have the players who, when it's a line ball between two players, there's going to be a reason why you pick one over the other. And is it their courage, or their effort, their tackling, they're a goal scorer, and maybe because they can kick 3 or 4 goals regularly, that might get them over the line. But I think with McRae, it's just been 2 years now of absolute stubbornness and obvious favoritism and special treatment for some players. And it's not, You'll hear people say, "Oh, this play the kids," you know, and I agree. It should be play the merit, play on merit. Because, for example, Rowan Steele, he's a depth player for Collingwood. Bo McCreary, another young player who but these guys they're young, and I like to encourage them and develop them, but they're two guys that should be in the VFL. So we're not necessarily, it's always the veterans coming out for the young guys. It's the guys who deserve to come out versus the guys in the VFL who deserve to come in. So you've got someone like Bo McCreary. You can't tell me that Angry Anderson can't come in and do as well as him, but kick a goal or two. You can't tell me that Harry Di Mattia can't come in and get 8 possessions, more than 8 possessions that Rowan Steele's getting, but maybe get 15 possessions and maybe get a few more inside 50s. So it's not always play the kids. It's just play based on merit and just stick to that rule. And if 90% of your decisions are based around that, then you can't really go wrong. This is a big. It always say the Gold Coast game always seems to end up being a big game for us, and it always tends to be a big game for Gold Coast. I mean, every club it's a big game against Collingwood, but it seems to always be set up that it's a massive game for both clubs, and this week is no exception, right?
Yeah, it always ends up being at crucial points of our season. That just over the middle of the year period of time where you're setting yourself up for finals, really.
It's I don't know if you would agree, chat, Age and you, Matt and Chris, but it feels like for me, if whoever loses is out.
For sure.
If you lose, then you're gone. No matter if it was Gold Coast or Collingwood. So it's almost like an elimination game. This one.
Yeah, it wouldn't be out, but it means you really couldn't expect more than an away wild card, and who wants that? Like, I would like to think that we can aim for the 8. So you're still in a wild card, but it's a home wild card, and at least you feel like you've made the 8. We have made the 8, so you still deserve to be there. Collingwood can afford to lose 3 games, maybe 4 out of 8, and still be in a wild card. But the reason why it's such a must-win against Gold Coast is they're there for the picking. They're one of our easier games. We have got games Adelaide in Adelaide, Hawthorn at the G, Geelong at the G, and Brisbane at the G. Now, we're going to be doing well. We'll be doing really well to win one of those games. I think we're a chance against Adelaide. We always are. They're not that good. But the Brisbane, that's the last round before the finals. Brisbane at the MCG is going to be tough. Hawthorn's going to be fucking tough, and Geelong's going to be very tough. So it's not going to get much easier than this Gold Coast game on Saturday.
Yep.
If we do lose this, then it's hard to try and find another 5 wins. We really need 5 wins from 7 games at that point. 4 of them against those heavy hitters, which I just mentioned.
Yeah, I think Gold Coast also have a tough draw. They play Adelaide and Hawthorn and all that. So yeah, there's a game. I checked the ladder ahead and the games ahead. It's very interesting. The last game of the AFL season, right? St Kilda play Gold Coast. Now that could determine the wild card spot. That one, I reckon. It's a very interesting game.
It's such a log jam. I mean, was there 6 teams on 36 points or something? It's ridiculous. So Geelong, I think you're going to get top 4. I think you've got it locked in.
Yeah, Maybe, but the problem is Hawthorn have got a dream run. They only played two top 8 teams. That's the problem. So they're sitting. Hawthorn are sitting above us, and they get their perfect draw. We've got a couple of hardish games coming up. This week's in my opinion 50-50 because I think Brisbane have found their mojo and they've got a good record against us down there. If anyone could beat us down there, it's Brisbane. And then I think we play Hawthorn again and we play Collingwood. So we've got a couple of Hawthorn's always 50-50. So yeah, Hawthorn have just got 2 out of the 8, which one of us is us, and the other one's Melbourne. But that's at Tassie, so they should win that, which is this week actually. And then Adelaide and Brisbane. Well, if Brisbane beat us, that's probably it because Brisbane have a good draw, Adelaide have a good draw. So Adelaide fucking up in the showdown last week really actually helped a lot of teams above them. I think top 2's gone. That's now gone. That's now Sydney and Fremantle's. Take your pick whoever wants to win that. And I think there'll be 3-4 teams vying for the top 3 and 4. And we just have to win a couple of more games and we should be in there. But I think Hawthorn will finish 3rd because of their draw. And then Crows, us, and Brisbane will determine the last spot, in my opinion. So, yeah, so it's tough.
Yeah. Yeah, I have Geelong winning 6 of your last 8 games, and that gets you to 64 points, and that'll and that's 8 games clear of Brisbane.
Yeah. Okay.
8 games, sorry, 8 points clear of Brisbane. And they'll be 5th.
So that would be the 4th one, and you'd have Hawthorn 3rd, I presume.
Hawthorn 3rd, yep.
Yeah.
Freo,
So it would be
Hawthorn, Geelong.
So it's okay, mate. We only have to go to Perth to get to another prelim, which I don't want to do. I'd rather try to play Fremantle on grand final day at the G, but I think so would a lot of clubs actually.
Just to Manny in the chat has said, I can't believe I still haven't heard from our captain. What the fuck is this clown doing? Is he invisible? Don't worry, Manny. Our captain, our fearless captain, has been trying to take down the patriarchy this week. So don't worry. He's out and about, Darcy Moore. He's doing his best to, shake up the system, mate. Yeah.
Well, if isn't he the president of the Players Association?
Yes.
Yeah.
He is. Yep.
So in theory, if a young Collingwood player went to him and said, "I'm being unfairly treated, and this is a violation of workplace laws, and I'm sure it's a violation of the Players Association," what are you going to do about it? That's going to happen one of these days.
Well, I presume Darcy Mill would tell him to go kick rocks, or I'll look into it and never do.
Of course he would. Unless he was a minority, of course, then it would be different.
Who's the vice president? Because they've got a vice president as well.
Patrick Dangerfield?
Is he? Because I know he was the president. He stood down. I think whether he stood down as vice C or together, but I presume. Well, if he's there, it'd be Patrick Dangerfield. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a really bad feeling that the way the cards are going to fall is that Collingwood are going to play Carlton in a wild card.
Well, Carlton another easy game this week. Well,
hope we can get into some form. You had a question, Chris?
Yeah, I was saying, what do you think of Lockie Neal meeting up with St Kilda this week?
Okay, well, if Lockie Neal goes to St Kilda,
Yeah.
that means that they don't want Darcy Wilson. Is that his name, Darcy Wilson, the young
Yeah.
midfielder?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Darcy Wilson's better and younger.
Yes.
Not better. He's not better, but he's got 10 years of upside, and he's
Yeah.
one of the most exciting young midfielders. So if that will be disastrous for Chris, we've got $3 million up our sleeve. We've got a war chest because we're about to retire 4 or 5 older guys, and we don't have to pay Darcy Moore or Adam Treloar off the books. So we've got $3 million to play with. St Kilda don't have any.
Well, I heard via Tom Morris that St Kilda's offer will be better as far as money goes, and years. They're offering 3.5 for 4.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of unrest at St Kilda because all of the free agents that came in and trades were getting paid so much. You've got Naz getting paid, and now they're going to give $1 million. Like that's like let's say Ed Allen was coming out of contract. It's 2 years' time, and he's now one of the emerging superstar midfielders. And we're saying we're gonna at that stage now we're saying, so we don't have anyone demanding big money on our books. They're all veterans or promising young guys. So everyone who deserves more money, so there's no one who's deserving more money except for Nick, but Nick will get his payday on his next extension, or they can decide to revamp that. So apart from Nick, we don't. But St Kilda, they've got Darcy Wilson they need to pay.
Yeah, they've got some other guys as well that they need to pay as well. So if they're going to blow that on Neil, then that leaves all these up and comers with no money. They won't be able to pay him. So if Wilson says, well, let's say hypothetically he says, well, I'm the talent, I'm the future of this club. I believe I can play 250, 300 games, be your next captain. I deserve such and such. St Kilda can say, well, we can't afford you. And we don't think you're that. So you'll just go somewhere else.
Don't be surprised if maybe his manager has already said that he might be leaving at year's end or something like that. Maybe they've already got a line of sight on the fact that he's decided he's leaving, and that could be partly the reason why they're chasing another person or something. Because I do find it hard to believe, because you're right. There is no way they could get a Neil in and then also afford to pay Wilson what he sort of deserves, unless he's willing to play for absolute unders. Or for that matter, you never know. They could have gone to Lockie Neal and been like, look, apparently they're offering him ballpark what we're offering him, but I mean, who do you believe? You just never know. Behind the scenes, you just don't know how these things sort of play out a lot of the time. But the fact that they've spoken to him tells you they're interested. They wouldn't just be speaking to him for no reason. So, yeah, Matt sort of mentioned it during the week to me. He said, yep, that's fine. Yep, if they want Neil, let's target Wilson, make them have to make a choice, because they'll definitely lose him if they're bringing in a Neil. I can't see a world where they keep both of them, especially if the kid's worth about $1 million a year on the open market.
Well, Neil's gone. Brisbane have conceded that he'll be going because out of nowhere they've offered Zach Bailey more money. They gave him a better contract, so they're trying to re-sign him. And now all of a sudden, last 24 hours, he has a new deal on the table. So that deal would probably be from Neil. So Brisbane probably conceded that they've lost Neil, and then it's up to Neil to decide where he wants to go.
Now, I just want to comment on Milkshake's comment here. We are 1 or 2 serious injuries away from a very bad ending to the season. Look, if we had, let's say there's an injury to Membry, an injury to Sidey, Howie gets an injury, Pendles, Crisp. Yeah, look, that's sad, and I don't want to see those guys hurt, but that would be fucking awesome for our club.
Yeah. Agreed.
Throw in Rowan
Yeah.
Steele, throw in McCreary. That means we will play Ryan. That means Angry gets played. That means West gets played. That will give a game to one of the defenders, Puncher, even a TJ. Di Mattia will get a run. And you know what? We might not make the wild card round, but so fucking what? We need.
Exactly.
We've got guys on our list like Di Mattia and Ryan and TJ. They're all out of contract. We don't even know if they can play.
Exactly. Mate, I said it the other fucking day, and I'll repeat it. How does Ryan go 3 years without playing when the opportunity he got fucking injured in? So he obviously warranted selection for that game. You're telling me 3 years from that game, he's probably improved as a footballer. I doubt he's gone backwards. He's probably improved. You're telling me he couldn't push for another senior game between that game and now? TJ. Now, I know we're split down the middle with TJ. A lot of people think he's useless. Other people think there might be a bit of something there. I tend to believe there's a bit of something there, but I just want to see him in the ones. How can he not have been given an opportunity for 2+ years? Like, it's just, yeah. As shit as it would be, you're almost hoping that there's injuries to these certain guys, like how Membry got fucking injured. That's the only way West sort of gets a chance. You know, I feel sick having to hope for certain players to get fucking injured, but it's the only way you get to see these blokes.
Exactly. And that's a disgrace because we play a VFL side in Richmond last week, and we did not manage one player to give a young bloke a game. And again, it doesn't have to be a young bloke. McCreary and Rowan Steele not pulling their weight. We could have brought in 2 young guys for 2 young guys. All right, that could have been Di Mattia and Ryan, or you know, someone like that. Anderson Anderson should have played against Richmond, so it should have been Anderson and Ryan come in.
I can't believe he didn't play. I can't believe he didn't pick Angry in that game.
Yeah. And then you've got the Collingwood social media team bragging on social media about Angry Anderson, 30 possessions, 1 goal or 2 goals. You know, wow. I go, that's gaslighting. Should have been in the AFL. Should have been in the seniors.
Yeah, spot on. It's just a nice little puff piece to try and show the supporters, wow, look at Angry. It was the right decision to send him back because he's killed it. You know, like it's just this absolute gaslighting. All reality was against Richmond, he's picked his most fucking senior team of the year because he wanted all these old blokes to have a bit of a fill up to get the pressure off them. So these are you guys like your Membry, who I must say the last few weeks has been okay, apart from the fucking game he didn't fucking kick a goal in. But overall, he's solid, but so he should be against a team of fucking 18-year-olds. Sidebottom's gotten his possessions. Like, he's just picked his senior side so they could all have a bit of a fill-up, so the stats look good and it carries them for another 2 or 3 weeks. That's the reality.
Yeah. Now, do you understand what Josh is saying here?
Yeah, I do.
So you're saying they won't match the offer, not because they don't have the money, but because they'll get pick 5 as a compensation?
Yeah, in the draft. In the draft.
Yeah, this was in the Adelaide News. So they want Cochrane, the guy from the draft. They want him, and he's scheduled to be number 1 pick. So what they're thinking is that no one's going to give up number 1 for Butters, and the teams that they're dealing with haven't got those picks. So won't match it. They'll get pick 5, and then they can trade something else for him at the same time. So to try to get Cochrane to the club. So that's the talk.
So that they'll try and get up the trade order.
Yeah.
Correct, to get young Cochrane, yeah.
So they'll say we'll give you 5 and 6.
Correct. And Port can say 5 and 6, can we get up to 3, get up to 2, or whatnot, or the number 1 draft pick, priority pick will be Essendon. So can Essendon trade a priority pick though? I don't think they can trade a priority pick. Well, it won't matter anyway. They'll get number 1 anyway, so it won't matter. So yeah,
So
Port can say, well, we'll give you.
So where does he end up then?
Now, Butters has kind of. Now, I said to you this 2 weeks ago, Matt. It's up to Butters where he wants to go. There's reports that Butters is going to try to look after Port Adelaide here to get him the best deal. So there could be a thing here where Butters doesn't nominate a club, but deep down he wants to go here.
Okay.
So he could come out and say, you know what, I just want to go back to Melbourne, but deep down he'll say to Port Adelaide, I'd like to go to Footscray, Western Bulldogs, whatever you want to call them, but publicly he'll say back home, so Port can get looked after a little bit better.
But if they're just letting him go, they don't worry about who's looking after him.
No, they don't. Correct. It's also who off, like, let's say the more money you offer, the better the compensation pick Port will get. So Butters could say to Collingwood, well, give me a 6-year deal or 7-year deal. Or we could go to Footscray and say, give me a 5-year deal. If he goes for the 6-year deal, Port will get probably a better compensation pick.
Right.
So that's what I mean, that he'll try to look after the club a little bit, which I think is ludicrous because Dangerfield never did that for Geelong. Sorry, for Adelaide. And there's been other players that have, not done that in the past. So, but it sounds like Butters is going to do that, try to look after his club a little bit so they can get the best deal.
Yes, it does, MD. But we're trying to get our heads around it.
Yeah, I was always thinking that was a possibility, because Port look like they're going to finish fairly low, and if he walks, he's going to, if he walks via free agency, they're going to end up getting pick 4 or something out of it. So I always thought that might be more compelling to them than anything else. But yeah, I just don't know. I don't know how. Very early on in the year, we were having a big chat about this, and I'm not sure if it was your channel, Matt, or Mix, but yeah, that was getting floated around. It didn't look like Port were going to finish very high. Why wouldn't they be happy if they end up with a pick 3 or 4? I would have thought that if they're already got pick 4 and then they get pick 3 or pick 5 or something, surely that's going to be better than what most clubs can offer you anyway. So yeah, I don't know.
Well,
so we might not have to, if we get him, and this is other clubs as well, whoever gets him might be able to get him for free as far as draft capital is concerned.
Correct.
Yep.
That's right.
We can potentially pay him big.
Yeah.
We probably can't beat Richmond, but we'll blow everyone else out of the water.
Exactly. Yep.
Well, if he goes to Richmond, on that lucrative offer, Port would probably get a pick 3. Yep. So Port would probably be praying that he does go to Richmond. Now, I don't think he will. I think it's down to 3 clubs: Geelong, Footscray, and Collingwood. I don't think Richmond's on the offer. But if he did go to Richmond, that would, because the contract's higher, that would improve Port Adelaide's chance. But Port Adelaide, the bottom line is they want Cochrane, the young South Australian kid. And they said that they'll try everything they can behind the scenes to get him to South Australia. The problem is he's most likely going to be pick 1 or 2. So it's up to them to work a deal with Essendon if they do get compensations for Butters, well, we'll give you our compensation pick and our top six pick for your number one pick, and don't use your priority pick for Cochrane. Can we make sort of a deal, as in say, sure? Port get Cochrane, and that doesn't help them replace Butters, but it's a long-term prospect of a really good kid, a really good potential superstar. So that's what Port want.
Now, what are you saying to what Rick is saying here? First 5 picks are protected.
They are. They're
Compo,
protected when they go to other clubs. They're protected. They are.
Okay, there you go. So 6 and Port Adelaide. Well, if Port Adelaide get the 6 picks, they're not going to get the 6 compo because they've already got that pick. So I think it moves down to 5.
Yeah, so they're going to get. They're going to have 2 in the top 10 anyway.
Yes. Now, will that be enough for Essen to say, you know what, the kid's from South Australia, he'd probably want to go home. No worries. We'll take your picks or Essen and go, you know what? No, we're going to trust in him, and we'll pick him up. Find someone else. So that would be on Essendon. But Cochrane, his father played for Port Adelaide, but he's not eligible for father and son because the Cochrane didn't play enough games for Port Adelaide. But yeah, so he's got a huge family history at Port Adelaide, premiership player, his father. But and Port, that's why Port desperately want him. I think he's been training with the club as well. I don't know how you can do that, but he's been training with the club.
Okay. Well, they're keen on him then.
Yes, well, very, yeah.
Very.
So this really comes down to Butters wanting to have success, and he probably won't necessarily take the biggest money because that will be from Richmond. He's probably it's down to like you say, it's down to Collingwood, Doggies, or Geelong. And I actually think it's between Collingwood and Geelong because he does. Who wants to go and play at Marvel for the rest of your career?
True.
Like that's a shithole.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
And it'll take 2 or 3 years off your career as well because it's like it bangs you up because it's so hard.
Yeah, the thing that shits me is the fact that he was a bloody Footscray supporter as a kid. So
he was, yeah.
That might all be null and void, you know? Like, fuck. That's where it's frustrating. Because for all we know, he's already made his fucking mind up. And he's just like, I'm going to Footscray. Like, I don't care, you know? But the little leaks that are coming out about, like, wanting to play big games and all that shit, you know? If I heard it out of his mouth, which obviously we're not going to hear that, then I'd say, ooh, Collingwood, Richmond, they're sort of in the ballpark. But that's all just been rumoured and stuff like that. So who bloody knows the validity to any of that? But yeah, you're right. Fuck, you're just gonna end up playing out your career in front of 30,000 people at Marvel Stadium for the rest of your career. Like, doesn't really sound too exciting to me and too exciting.
Ballarat.
Yeah, Ballarat.
Yeah.
You know, like, I'm sorry if there's any Footscray supporters listening, but fuck me. If I was moving back to Victoria from an interstate club, Footscray would be very fucking low on my list. But he went for him, so you know that's the advantage they have, I guess. Apparently, he adored Bontempelli as well, so you know.
Yeah, well, he's only gonna. There's not long. Bontempelli's not going to be around. You know, like Dacos is going to be there for the next 12 years, maybe.
That's what I was thinking.
One of the issues though is fly. I reckon that turns players off. Especially if, like, a lot of players, they're like the media. They don't really take notice of Collingwood. They still think Fly's this genius coach because that's, 3AW is still calling him that. But someone like Zach Butters is a footy nuffy. For all we know, he probably watches channels like this, and he'd be aware that Fly can't coach. He'd know that. And then he'll be texting Houston. Him and Houston would be talking, and Houston would be just going, mate, this guy's got no idea. And it's not all on Fly. Houston's got to take at least 50% of the responsibility. But you can't tell me if Houston will be saying, "Oh no, it's all Fly, it's all Fly." Doesn't know how to play me. Doesn't know how to use me. I want to get to Melbourne. I want to get to Richmond. We've got someone backstage, so I'm going to bring him on. Boyd.
Hey all, how you doing?
Hey, Void,
How are you?
Boyd.
Hey, Lucas, Matt. I've got everyone, I think.
What have you? What are your thoughts?
I've just sort of joined. I was in at the start, and then I missed a little bit, just doing some errands around here. And but you're talking about Butters, and I've caught all the Butters stuff and the compo stuff. Yes. In a nutshell, what have you guys been sort of covering?
The whole thing,
Okay.
the whole stream, or just Butters?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, just Butters, I guess. I probably can't comment on the first hour. That's asking a bit much of you guys to recap all that.
Oh, recapping it is we looked at just the start of the stream is how much when there's favoritism and special treatment for young athletes in a professional sporting environment, how that affects the psyche of the players individually and also as a team, and it can have a really big effect psychologically. The younger the player, the worse, and it can create a toxic environment. And so there's been studies done on it, and so maybe just watch the rest tomorrow. So
No worries. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I don't want you guys to have to go back to the old conversation. That's not fair on you guys. So yeah, we'll pick it up from here.
It's just goes back to when you're in school and there was always teachers' pets, and sometimes you'd have when you played junior footy, there'd always be pets of the coach, and what it does is very divisive. You've got groups, haven't you? And that still happens whether you're 12 years old or you're 22 years old. So
yeah, it happened to me when I was playing junior basketball. I was getting better, so then I got into the A grade team, and the problem that I had once I got into the A grades is all the parents were involved with their kids. So a lot of the parents were coaches. And I ended up in this super team that had all the kids whose mothers were all involved in coaching. And so that was sort of the year I got less minutes on the court. And it was kind of like, even though we won the grand final, I had no fond memories of it. So I was kind of on the outer. So it does happen. I mean, it happens at junior level as well. Look, we've been singing that same tune for a little while now. Some young guys aren't cut out for it. That's fair enough. Some are and aren't getting an opportunity. Some just need the opportunity so we can find out. And when we say play the kids, we obviously don't mean everybody, like just the kids that are warranting a spot. And yeah, it's he's just there's just a bit of an unhealthy attachment to the guys that got in the premiership.
And there's a bit more nuance to it as well, because we mentioned Rowan Steele and McCreary. They don't deserve to be in the side at the moment. They're young. Okay.
Absolutely.
So Ned Long is young, doesn't deserve to be in the side. So you can actually be part of Fly's pets, part of his club Fly, and it doesn't just mean you've won a premiership for him. I don't know what the criteria is. I don't know how Rowan Steele is in that. And I think he can be a player, but he's not doing enough to getting, lucky to get 10 positions on a wing. And he probably averages just under a goal a game. That's good, but you still need to be getting at least 15 possessions on the wing. And he's not doing that. And it'll be interesting selection. Selection will be very interesting. And I bet you it's Swadling that gets the chop and Rowan Steele will still be in the side.
Oh, don't say that, Matt. Fuck.
Oh no.
If Swadling misses, I already said to Mick, I'm done for the fucking year, mate. I'll be fucking done. If he's injured and then it's like he's back the next week, okay. But fuck me. If he drops him, I'm done for the year, mate. I can't handle it anymore. That'll be it. Just interesting what you said there, because you're right. We don't really say it, but you hear that line, the play the kids line. It's not what we want. I don't just want, fuck it, play all the kids. No, you're right. It still needs to be merit based, but you're right. You can, it's not just drop the oldies for the youngies. No, because like you said, there's guys like Bo and that we've also been called that probably should have a spell. So, yeah. I love how they use that. They do the old, oh, you just want to play the fucking kids. Oh, get pumped by 100 points. No. It's not that. It's like Void just said. There's some that probably just need the exposure so they can show if they're up to the level. And then if they're completely useless, at least we know. And that's been consistent for what we've all said. If you're given the opportunity and they're not up to it, at least you bloody know. I'd rather know from giving them the opportunity than not knowing and they just get cut and then you just what could have been sort of attitude, Yeah. The language is important. It's not just play the kids. Because, you will get fucking slaughtered every week. And it's not the right way to go about it. But it's about managing, okay, is a side bottom more warrant? Does side bottom have more merit to play this week ahead of like I don't fucking know, Harry Dimatia? Yeah, probably not. But you know what? You give him 2 or 3 games, you just see what he's got. And I noticed Anthony put up a video like making the case for side bottom and a few little things he's done good in that. And I don't want to shit can Anthony or anything, but so he should. He's played 350 fucking games. That should be the absolute bare minimum. A game against a team of 18-year-olds that he's able to, impact. That should be the fucking absolute bare bones minimum. So I don't know why that's something to hang your hat on, a couple times.
You don't want to be grasping at straws,
Correct.
Because otherwise it's like I understand if someone's maligned and then if they're unfairly maligned, you can kind of make a simpler case for why someone's just picking on them. But if you're really just looking for 1 or 2 things, it's like, okay, you're just sort of cherry picking a couple of things now that, because you've just gone to bat for someone. That's what the other night, because I said we were only playing, I wrote in the chat, we're only playing Richmond, and it's two isolated things that he pointed out. There's a whole other, 118 minutes of the rest of the game, to assess as well.
Correct. And I don't also want to be mean to Anthony or anything, but he rarely goes to games. That's not his fault. Like, whatever. He's probably got a better eye overall of the game than what I do. But I'm telling you, from when you go to the games every week, you see how much he's struggling. This is the thing. And this is my criticism with Pendlebury as well. You look at the stat line from last week and you're like, oh, it reads pretty well. If you're watching on TV, you're like, oh, yeah, he's not the same Pendles as he used to be, obviously. We don't expect that of him. But when someone like me comes out and says he looks slow and fucking spent, that might not actually come across on TV sometimes, But, at the game, you can see. It's very obvious to see that. And I think it's you that mentioned Void, If you want to play these 3 or 4 slow players, you may as well fucking give up 5 goals to start the game because you just know that your opposition transition, like we saw with Richmond, they're going to get 5 or 6 goals purely just from transition because you don't have enough pace to sort of block that up anymore, you know? And I say the same thing with Sidebottom. He just doesn't have those. Okay, maybe his endurance is still there, but in terms of like his contest to contest work, it's not there anymore. So yeah, you can cherry pick these 2 or 3 isolated incidents against the fucking worst team in the comp, where he's transitioned the ball well and he's taken the inboard kick. Yeah, he's got classy skills. We know that of Sidebottom. However, the overall package it just hasn't been here for the year. And the fact that, yeah, okay, he got managed or whatever that week leading up to the bye or after the bye, whenever the fuck it was, I thought was a drop for all money. But clearly not. Clearly he genuinely was managed to get that extra long break and to see if he can rebound. And yeah, okay, he's had a few isolated incidents against Richmond. Big deal. Saturday's the big test. That's the real fucking test. Don't dissect the game against the fucking worst team in the comp. I'm sorry. Means nothing to me.
Well, it's like
Yeah, that's true. Sorry, Chris.
to Anthony on, it's like I said to Anthony, sorry, Void, like I said to Anthony after the Richmond game, I've said for most of the years, play the kids. Do you know what he said? He said it in a joke. Oh, we'll be a bottom 4 team. I thought, really? Bottom 4? So you're saying West, Angry Anderson, Dimatia, and like Ryan or Puncher, and you're bottom 4. I don't agree with that. I think if all those people play, I think it would be top 4 or top 6 if all of them played. I didn't agree. I didn't understand why he said it. I've got nothing against Anthony. I like Anthony. I just didn't understand why he said that comment at that time.
No, that's all right, mate. That's what it's all about. We all have our different see it differently, and it's good to hear, his perspective, even if I disagree. And I'm guessing a lot of people here disagree, and a lot of people in the chat, and that's fine. Some contrarian sort of opinions are good, but the view I've got, he said something in the stream that he said that in transition that nobody can defend in transition and I didn't agree with that. It was like, it's not about Sidey's lack of pace. It's that everybody gets punished on transition. It's impossible to defend. But I actually don't quite agree with that. Yeah, sure. If you get punished on transition, it is hard to defend, even if you're quick. But the thing is with Sidey is he actually has his man running off him when he's playing in the back line. His direct opponent just runs off him and doesn't even respect him.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And that's the stuff that you don't see on TV, see? I'm sorry. Again, I'm not shit-canning people that don't go to games, because sometimes you can see this stuff on TV. But I've been to games live and you see something, and then when you watch it back, it doesn't look as bad, or you can't really see it. And that's the reality. When you're at the games, you see. And I've made a point of this. The last 2 weeks, I've sat at ground level. I rarely sit at ground level, but traditionally when we've been shit, I always go and sit at ground level because I player watch a little bit more. When up on level 2, level 3, you can't player watch as much. I watched Sidebottom and Pendlebury really closely last week, especially when the game was sort of, look, I don't mean to be a fucking idiot, but I knew we were always going to win that game. No matter what team we fucking put out there, no matter what the scenario, I always thought we were going to win that game of football. So I was player watching a lot, and I watched all my favourites. And I was really watching Sidey, Pendles, and Howie. Howie looks fully fit. He's fine. As long as he doesn't get injured, he's fine. He looks like he's got a little bit of his leap back. He's off the mark a little bit better than what he showed at the start of the year. He's fine. Pendlebury and Sidebottom are fucking slow. And I think Josh just mentioned it before. Pendles picks himself based on his on-field coaching, so you get away with him, yada, yada. Yep, that is all 100% fine. You can play Pendles. You can afford to play one of them, maybe 2 of them. But you can't have these multiple weeks of like just 4 or 5 of these really slow plotter types. Sidey's the one that's been shaken out. I'm sorry. I watched it live last week. Paul, who might be in the chat tonight, I'm not sure. He's actually back at work, so who knows? But Paul's said multiple times that he's friends with the Hawthorn player's father, Josh Weddle, and actually it's funny because once he mentioned that, I watched the game back. Not watched the game back, but I sort of went to a few instances, and he was correct. You could actually see how much space he was given, and I know people might say, Weddle finds that space every week. Yeah, he probably does, but it's more the fact that Sidebottom couldn't go with him at all is cause for concern, you know. So yeah. I don't know. I'm just done with him, and I think 90% of Collingwood supporters can see now that you can't go week to week to week carrying all these blokes constantly, and then we're sitting at 7-1-7. You're looking for something to change, and he seems the obvious one to be shaken out. But as we know, that won't happen.
And when Chris said that I remember Chris saying that on the stream the other night, and we're not taking it to its most absurd sort of position, playing all the kids. I know Chris really just means playing replacing maybe 2 or 3 for 2 or 3 other players. That's not like anything drastic. I don't put it this way. I don't think we'd fall lower on the ladder if we did that. We might not ascend, but we definitely won't fall any further down, in my view. I think we'd at least be, the same, 10th, sitting 10th if we played a couple of young guys.
Absolutely, Void. And you know what? I would be the last person to complain if we were transitioning the list properly and we're in the position we're in now. I'd actually be pretty impressed because I'd say, oh, shit, all right, fuck, this is going pretty well. If you had made some tough calls and, we're sitting 7-1-7, I'll be like, you fucking beauty. Matt's made a point of it. We could potentially even be better. Now, I don't know if there's not enough evidence to know if that's the case or not, but I'll tell you what, some of the blokes you might bring in will be a lot more hungrier and they've got a future. And again, Sidey being dropped doesn't mean he's on the scrap heap forever, but he needs to come back into the team on merit. Play in the twos, get your form back going again, get your running back up again, whatever you need to work on. Then if you show enough, I'm sure there'll be an opportunity for you again in the ones. It's not put a line through him forever. So as much as I would put a line through him forever, I think it's more just the fact that, okay, no, Sidey, you know what? I'm sorry. It's looking like it's close to the end for you, mate. So you got to show me why you deserve a spot in this 23 every week. It's not a big deal. You've got a list of 44 players. You got to, obviously there's players that are going to pick themselves every week. And Sidey's just not that player anymore. I'm telling you, the transition was ridiculous last week. I promise everyone in this chat. I promise you. That's just a team of kids that were willing to take a bit of a jog and a bit of a run, and they cut us open a few times. You compare that to other teams that are more daring and more clinical with the footy, we'll never win a game of footy if we're giving up 5 or 6, defensive half transition goals every week. You're just not going to win games. I'm telling you. You're going to start a game minus 5 goals every week if you're playing too many of the oldies that can't get across the ground like they otherwise should. You can carry 1 or 2. That's fine because you're going to have other players chop out. But when you got guys like Nick, who's really not a front runner, that's not the correct term, but he saves more for his offensive work than his defensive work, and that's by design, mind you. But when you've got guys that can't go back the other way and cover, that's a concern. I'm telling you. You saw it with Richmond. Dustin Martin used to never really run defensively, but there was 5 players that would just cover every single fucking time. We've got guys that cover, yes, but they do not have the same running capacity or the same will or the same hunger to do so anymore. So you may as well play someone who might not be at the level yet. However, he's got hunger and he's got a ceiling higher than what Sidebottoms is right now, just to see. Fuck. It's just, I feel like I'm just fucking repeating ourselves every week. Rarely does anyone disagree with that take now. Anyone I speak to, no one really disagrees with that take anymore.
No, And then you've got, I mean, it's not just Sidey, he's one. He's just one of the obvious ones. And you mentioned, there's Long, there's Bo. Well, Bo's not slow, but that's for a different reason. And there's Roan. I mean, look, I'm going to be honest about a guy like Roan. I never, even when there was sort of hopes for him, I sort of had yet to see it. And my old man was the same. We were like, what are people seeing in him? Because we just we sort of thought we were judging it wrong. But I always just saw him as like a really above average VFL player who we kind of got to fill a gap, who might have a little bit of scope for improvement in the next couple of years. But the fact that when Matt mentioned before, he's like a young guy, he wasn't in the premiership team, he's getting the favoritism. I also think that there's another, and this is just my assumption. I could be completely off the mark, but I think it's not even just about the premiership players. But when he does have someone that he really trusts and he will put in the team week after week, it's almost like a guy like Roan. It's like, I know he's a guaranteed 6 out of 10 every week. This is me thinking in terms of what the coach is thinking. He's going to give me at least a 6 out of 10, but he's rarely going to give me anything more than a 6 out of 10. Whereas these young guys, they could give me more than a 6, but I'm worried they'll only give me a 2 out of 10. And I'd rather the guaranteed middle of the road player. And I feel like that's what he's doing sometimes. Like he's picking someone that's got a really low ceiling because they also are a little bit more reliable, even though they're not going to win you a game of football, which is kind of weird too, that's what he runs with.
Yeah. No, you're spot on, Void. I've said at the start of the year or after the first few games, I said, I can see why he's playing Roan every week because he tops the GPS numbers and all that sort of stuff. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I'm saying, okay, I can see why he consistently gets a game. And he had that patch of form where he's kicking a goal every week and whatnot. So he was doing enough. However, the last few weeks have obviously been a little bit lesser of an effort. And look, really, he probably warrants a rest for a week or two. Let's be fair to the bloke, especially if it means bringing in an Anderson or something. However, his GPS numbers are really good, so that's probably on the back of his selection. And I've come to believe that's the reason why Lipinski gets a walk-up game every week, I think the GPS numbers are just too compelling. And when you've got guys like Pendles and Sidey just plodding around, you're sort of more reliant on these runners to, they're harder to drop in that scenario. However, you open your options up if you're just willing to cut the head off the snake and tell a Sidey or something that, it's just done for you, mate, So, yeah, look, I don't know. But you're right. He makes out that he likes to throw at the stumps, but he really doesn't. If you have to say stuff like that, more likely than not, that's not how you operate, if that makes any sense. Because, yeah, I think Roan Steele's just a safe selection every week. I hope he comes good, obviously. I hope he ends up being a 100, 150 game player. But, yeah, his ceiling is quite low at the minute. So who knows what comes of that. However, I'd much prefer him playing rather than a side bottom. I would still prefer that.
Yeah. Well, Sidey's 24 touches he had the other day, I was watching him pretty closely. They were just 20, 30 meters in space, a lot of them. And that's fine, he mops up and whatever, but then I know that he's not going to get that kind of space every week. And what I worry about because Gold Coast don't like to defend, there's a huge thing you could take advantage of there. They're not a defensive midfield. They just rely on their attack. And you could absolutely take advantage of that vulnerability. But if you don't have speed around the football, then they'll just back in their pace and back in that you're not going to score as much as them. And the problem with, and it's not just a Sidey issue. Sidey, maybe you could carry him if it was just Sidey, but Sidey, Long, and Pendles together, nah, that slows the team right down all the way.
They have the Gold Coast on inside 450. They're actually top 5 in the league, aren't they? With just inside 50s alone. So they're very potent when they get the ball over. Like their halfback is, you guys know they've got John Noble, they've got Jeffrey, who's a very attacking halfback. So they get a lot of the ball inside forward 50. It's just that recent weeks the midfield to forward connection has let them down.
Real is a big out for them too.
It is, yeah. They've gone off the boil last 5 weeks. Well, they've been off the boil half the season, Gold Coast. But they do get a lot of inside forward 50s. They get about 60 a game. So getting the ball in there is not a problem. It's just their connection. So if Collingwood can stop the connection, they'll probably win this. They'll probably go to win this game.
And you can always rely on the fact that someone like Ben King, he's not going to do. There's no. He doesn't like any repeat efforts. Doesn't like body contact.
No,
he'll still get his goal or two, but he won't like to be closely checked the way our defence likes to play, especially if someone like Frampton plays on him or a Howe. We don't have more in, so they're going to play pretty tight, the guys we've got. But it's really just I'd rather pace in the side, even if we have a couple of ball butchers from the seconds. If they can just run and make the contest, I just feel like that's better than somebody who's caught between two contests. They can't make either one.
Spot on, Void. That's always been my argument for TJ, and I know it's still the unpopular opinion. But that's always been my argument for a guy like that. At least I know, like you said, he's going to get contest to contest, and he might just put it all together after a few runs, and I know he's going to piss us off because he's probably going to give away some frees and he's probably going to have some brain farts or whatever, but you can guarantee he's going to cover the ground, mate. Like that's the one thing that you're like, okay, what are we lacking right now? Probably contest to contest pressure. If you compare it to like our premiership year, we're not just up in the face of opponents like we used to be. Yeah, our pressure's still good, but it's nothing like it was in that premiership year. So, okay, what are you lacking a bit of? Okay, you're lacking a little bit of that Beau McCreary, pressure acts around the ground, Okay, you've got it with Schultz a bit. Okay, you've got it with McCreary a little bit. Okay, the defence has played well all year. However, if you take them in isolation, a guy like Houston doesn't really pressure too much, I just sort of think, okay, what I don't see the harm in a guy like TJ coming in, and okay, at least I know he's going to put it all out there and he's going to go contest to contest. So I don't know. It just seems like there's something lacking in that aspect, and you're right. Like a guy like Sidebottom, he just can't give that anymore under any circumstance. So are you really losing anything against a team like Gold Coast, like you said, who they're going to want to push us? They're going to want to. So is Sidey going to be able to close that space? Is Sidey going to be able to pressure? I just don't think, I can't see it, mate. Yeah.
Him alone maybe would be, like I said, like I wouldn't have as much of an issue if, say, Pendles wasn't playing or Long wasn't playing. But gee, the three of them together, you really want to go in with that side. And I mean, that's what did us in last time when we played them. That exact combo. And I still think Pendles, I still think he can turn around the sort of recent little patch of poorish form. But see, Sidey, for me, it's just been, I know he had a good qualifying final last year. He went forward a little bit, but I don't know. I mean, eventually you could talk about footy IQ. I get it. That's fantastic. He has that in spades, but at some point, if you can't reach a contest, your footy IQ is not enough to compensate for that.
Correct. That's all it comes down to, mate. That'll carry you so far. It probably gets you to the 350 game mark, like what he's achieved. However, once you sort of lose that sort of closing pressure sort of act, because again, and I think I said this last week, it's not like he's this great one-on-one contested mark. Okay, so that's one thing he doesn't have. It's not like he's this extremely quick footballer like a McRae, where, okay, I think he deserves a spell, but McCreary's super fast, so that's a weapon in some aspects. Okay, Sidey doesn't have that. Okay, can he kick 60-meter bombs like Houston, who's another guy we've been a bit disappointed with, but he's got that weapon. Can Sidey do that? No. What's Sidey actually giving you when you all break it down? What Sidey's giving you is a bit of experience, and that's about it. But when you've already got that in Howie, when you've already got that in Pendles, which I agree with you, Pendles has to play every week, be given every opportunity. Signs last month aren't great. However, I still back him to turn it round. I think he's just too professional and too smart to let it get the better of him. Plus, he's got a bit of that Achilles problem that's sort of gone under the carpet a little bit, so that might be hampering him a bit as well. But yeah, by all reports, he's fighting fit. So when you actually break down what's he giving you, and I know I know Matty's big on trying forward, he'll be crafty forward. Yeah, I agree, but can he pressure in the forward line? That's the next thing. Like, what can he give us down there? Okay, he might kick a goal or two, but if his man's running off him non-stop and linking up off half back, can he check that man? I don't think he can do that anymore. Does he have relentless tackling pressure anymore? I haven't really seen him tackle all year. He sort of half bumps. He doesn't really ever commit to a tackle. He sort of, I don't know how to describe it. He sort of half hugs the bloke. It's never just full on bone crunching tackles anymore. So when you just break down every attribute of his game, you're just like, what is he actually giving us? And when you really watch him live and you watch him close up, I've seen it. I've seen it too. Like, he's just not giving us anything. I'm sorry. Every other guy's sort of given us something. They've got some strength, some string to their bow. Sidey does have the experience, yes, but we've already got enough of that in fucking spades in the team. So he's just surplus to requirements, and the coach is just bloody got to be tougher, mate. I'm sorry.
He's way down from I'm just looking at his stats from last year to this year, and just he's averaging. Last year he's averaging 85 fantasy points. This year 62. So it's a huge drop off.
Yeah, and look,
he's below average in everything except for marks.
Yeah, people will say you can't look at fantasy, and look, that's fair enough. However, you can use it for a guide to see the level in which they're performing consistently. So that's a big drop off. What's that? That's about a 30% drop off. If you're crunching the numbers, 80 odd to 60 odd? Yeah. So you're looking at like 25% drop off, give or take. That's a big chunk of change, mate. That's not 5-10% where it's just like a rounding error. That's a clear drop off. And yet still a walk up start. So, you tell me. We were performing better last year up until around this point of the season. And again, you referenced Sidey's game in that qualifying final, which was absolutely fucking sensational. Front and centre to Mason Cox a few times, beautiful snaps, crafty around goal, all the good stuff, mate. But by all reports, if you look back at it now, we just had Adelaide's measure in the end. We were unlucky to lose that couple of weeks prior, and we ended up smoking them pretty much in that qualifying final. So how much do you read into that? Is it just one out-of-the-box performance? Was the fact that Mason Cox was there in the forward line doing what he did, bringing the ball front and centre? Does that help him out? Is it predictable? Can he do that with anyone else? I just think he's just finished, mate. And others are trying to find excuses to keep him in. I'm more inclined to just look at the big picture and say it's finished. I'm sorry. I know we all love him. Everyone here loves him. We were on Mixed Stream a month ago, and we had the similar discussion when it first became evident that he's just not there anymore. Everyone says the same thing. We love this guy. We want this guy to turn it around. We want this guy to bloody eke out another year or two if he's got it. He doesn't have it anymore. It's just done. Simple.
Yeah, I was just checking his numbers out since 2016. It's been a gradual. It was initially a really gradual decline each year, and then it plummeted. It just dropped like 10 points. Then it dropped even lower. Then it went up again because he sort of dipped for 1 year, then went back up a little bit, and then dipped again. Then he went up last year, and now he's dipped to his lowest ebb that he's had. So, I mean, of course, that's a normal thing. Not everybody's going to be like a Zorko or someone and get us like this. I mean, Alcide's already had a second and third wind in his career because I thought he was finished in 2021. It proved me wrong. Then I thought he was finished again. I'm not sure. Might have been a couple of years after that. And then it's like, oh, wow, I called that wrong as well. And the problem is he's been Lazarus a couple of times and everybody thinks, oh, no, he's gonna hit his straps again. It's like, well, it's not likely now. And how long do you want to wait? And you know, we might not have enough depth in our team. We don't know. Our reserves look like they've got some players with potential, but we don't really know what our depth is. It hasn't really been tested, and it will stagnate the longer it just sort of sits there and kind of rots on the vine. Because then who are you going to delist this year? Like if you can't move on a couple of those guys, then who's it going to be? A lot of people are contracted for the following year. So whether it's by trade or moving people on, we're going to have to find at least six spots. And I know that helps if you can get Bobby off the list and if you can maybe trade a Bo McCreary, that's two. But then you've also got to move on a couple of guys as well. And of course the mid-season recruits might not all last into another season. But yeah, we can't. We've got to think ahead a little bit, and it's not move everybody on, but just be smart about it. Don't really want to go into 2027 with all these same guys.
Oh,
it'll be a bit negligent to do that.
Yes, it already looks evident that was a negligent decision for this year. However, I do understand it because they performed well up until the middle of this point last year. They performed well, and then we ended up turning it around somewhat in the finals. So I appreciate that if the coaching staff and the club get together at the end of last year and they say, all right, maybe we go again, I completely understand the logic behind it because they probably thought one last squeeze of the lemon will get us there. It will be beyond diabolical if next year we see what we've seen this year. It'll almost be the point where you'll start getting maybe board challenges and stuff like that. You'll really get some prominent supporters in the background really have an issue with that, I think. And we don't have the coterie groups that have that power like some other clubs do in Victoria. However, it's a similar thing that happened when we transitioned to Jeff Brown, where once it became apparent for all and sundry to see that the direction of the club wasn't going in the right direction and required, a high level shake-up, that's what was required at that time. I feel as though if we don't see I won't even say monumental change, but let's assume that we lose this game this week. I think we can win, but let's assume we lose this game this week. The season is virtually on life support, and you would need to pull out wins against much better opposition to this point of the year to where we are. You would just need to find a win or two against high quality opposition, which again, evidence-based discussion won't happen. So if we're to lose this game to Gold Coast this week, will he put a line through a side bottom? I don't think he will. So that's when it starts to to trend into the negligent territory, where it becomes it becomes beyond a football issue. It becomes a whole club fucking issue where, hang on, where are our decision makers? Where are our, where's the CEO? Where's the president? Okay, the CEO wants out. Okay, is he making tough calls, or is he just seeing himself off into the sunset? Where's the president? Okay, he's been there a year or two. Okay, what's he doing? What's his opinion on this shit? That's where you're going to see really, yeah. I think it's how do I describe this? It's not there yet. However, if the season is to be finished by this week or the next couple of weeks, if we do not see either forced retirements or, tough decisions on older guys with the season being cooked, it'll be fucking red hot alarm bells then, mate. It'll be really a lot of people coming out and really criticizing the direction of the club and where we're at, because great exposure. We've seen some exposure this year for some of the kids. Awesome. Angry, Westy, a couple of opportunities. Steen, obviously, who'd be playing every fucking week if it wasn't for the injury. Yep, we've seen a trickle of it, and that's when the season was still alive. Awesome, great. Sammy Swaddling debuts last week. Awesome, this is all good stuff. But there's still got the issue of the older guys you're carrying. That's where the issue lies.
Yeah. I don't think we even. I mean, I could, if I wasn't expecting Howe to go on a month ago. Him and Sidey were the two I thought, would finish up, and then Pendles would stay on. Now I'm not so sure if I still think that. Look, I said the other night, like even Pendles, if he's only playing 12 games, then nah, not worth it. If he can play 16 to 18, then yeah, it could be. And if it's more, if it's in a role where maybe he's doing the kick-ins or maybe he's doing something like that, doesn't expose, his lack of pace. But also, I thought that in a team that's executing their skills better, that's a bit quicker, if we bring in some other players, Pendles probably doesn't get caught as easily. And it's only been the last couple of games that I've noticed that happening. I noticed it last year in a couple of games too, but what didn't end up being a pattern. Hoping that's the same again, because I still think he's got something, whereas Sidey doesn't hurt the opposition. Pendles still hurts the opposition when he's playing well. Even when Sidey's playing really well, he's not that damaging. And same with a guy like Long. Like I love Longy. Don't get me wrong. He tries. He's limited, and that. I love guys that get the best out of themselves. That's fantastic. But I mean, I just look at him as a depth player until if he makes another leap. But if he doesn't, I just see him as a really good reinforcement. Wouldn't want to get rid of him. Just keep him in the twos. But yeah, like if I'm comparing Anderson to Long, which I guess are the most similar two players, Anderson probably isn't guaranteed to get as much of the ball. Long seems to get his hands on it more. But when Anderson is near the ball, it looks like something dangerous could happen. Whereas when Longy's near the ball, it doesn't really look like it's that threatening to the opposition.
Agree entirely. Yeah. I think Longy, like you said perfectly, he's just a limited footballer. He'll excel in that one position and then can't provide you too much anywhere else. And that's just the reality. That's why, don't mean to be harsh on the kid, but that's why he's been chopped from a Hawthorn. And he got chopped from Hawthorn not when they were top of the ladder. He's been chopped from Hawthorn when they were still building the list that they have today. So that just tells you that a guy like Mitchell has seen, okay, he's just, all right, he might make it to 50, 100 games, whatever it may be, but there's no long-term future for this guy, in my view. So when we got him and he started performing, I'm like, you beauty. We might have finally found one here, and fuck, even better, it's a Hawthorn bloody one. However, the more the evidence is building up, the more it is clear that he's very one-dimensional, and that's the way it is. And it was diabolical Fly playing him forward for that month, just to keep him in the team. You know, that's purely all it was, to keep him in the team. And maybe if there's an injury throughout the match, you've got that cover in Longy to go in there and impact, you know, for example. However, very limited as a footballer. He's that one position footballer, and that's all he can play. And in the way the game's played these days, you can only play like 2 or 3 of those blokes, and they're usually like your full forward and your full back. They're usually your key position players. Generally, your midfielders are the sort of guys that are a little bit more flexible, and you can sort of throw them here or there. However, he seems to be the complete opposite. He can only play that side sort of mid-roll and nothing else. He can't do anything else. So, yeah, Longy's just one of those guys, again, not breakaway next speed. Disposal's not fantastic. Like, he's just very limited football on Longy. But I agree with you. I like him, provided he's played in his position. And that's all it comes down to with a guy like that, you know.
See, Allen's pushed him out of his position a bit, which is a good thing. You know, that's the evolution. Allen's got, at this stage, he looks to have more upside. I mean, he was a high draft pick. That usually counts for something in most cases. Whether it's realised or not is another matter. But that versus a guy, who you've picked up as a delisted player, and in the mid-season draft, it's always going to, a guy like Allen's going to have the advantage just because he's going to have attributes that obviously got him drafted in that spot, and that's fine because we want that. We want upgrades. Then if you get Lachie Neale, and so he's going to push somebody out, and we're just going to keep upgrading until we can put the best possible list out there week to week. And then other people, I mean, there's always going to be injuries. There's always going to be, you know, opportunities for these guys to come in. You're never going to have your ideal 23 to pick. That's what people forget as well. People pick their best 23 in their little theoretical version of the team, but you don't ever have a best 23 to choose from anyway. So,
and even if you do, there's no guarantee that they're all fully fit. You know, even round 1 at the start of the year, you might have your hypothetical best 23, but by round 3, that's out the window, you know, because of form and injuries and whatnot. So, yeah, it's just a continual year, week by week decision-making, how your best 23 looks like, plus who you're playing as well, which is an underrated thing. A lot of people don't consider that. Sometimes, you know, your best 23 will change depending who you're playing, obviously. If you've got to exploit something or you've got a certain game plan to play and whatnot, you know. But, yeah, you're spot on, Void. That's pretty much all it comes down to. Ed Allen especially, like, that's the thing. I know I've been critical on his disposal, and I was critical that he wasn't impacting enough on the wing, the few opportunities he got, that was all fair and reasonable. But, yeah, he's shown that, okay, him in that position is giving us more than what probably Long had been for a long period of time, enough period of time to show that, okay, Ed Allen's the one you got to pursue here. So if that just means Longy's got to go back to the suits for an extended period of time, it is what it is, mate. I'm sorry. Like, I don't want to find him a position. I would rather play a kid that you might be playing the kid out of position, but you're giving him some sort of exposure, rather than just trying to carry Longy, because, again, he's a little bit slow. Yeah, okay, he's got a good height on him, but, you know, he doesn't impact enough anywhere else. So,
and he can't tag. They've tried to use him as a tagger, but he can't really. I noticed last year when they were playing Titch and Long together, and they started to try to get Long to tag so Titch could be the inside mid.
Yeah.
And Longy just doesn't. He's a see ball, get ball player, and that's all.
Correct.
Ed can tag. He's got the speed, so he can. I mean, Ed can keep up with a Cozzy, which is no mean feat. And he gets the ball. Not a great ball user. Hopefully he can work on that. But even if he only reaches the level of a Dunkley, I'd be happy with that.
Oh, absolutely, mate. If he gets there, I'll be fucking tickled pink, mate. But yeah, this
And
this is
Lockie
the
coming
thing.
in and Zach Butters, if they ever came, that doesn't push Ed out because Ed could. That's a very specified role. So then the other two guys, that doesn't affect how they play in the midfield. If he can just run around, and then maybe if he can turn himself into an elite run with player, then maybe Perryman can also do something else too.
Of course, that's the
Yeah.
thing. That's the advantage of having blokes that have more strings to their bow than just one set position. Is the fact that you can juggle the magnets a bit more. A guy like Long, once you've got to play him forward to try and impact in some defensive fucking forward role or whatever game he sort of had him playing, you're just trying to find a way to keep him in the team, and that's wrong. And that, I know you weren't here, Void, but that sort of goes back to what Matt was talking about at the start of the stream, where it's like, you've got your set players and you're just trying to make it work. You're like square pegs, round holes, sort of. You're just like, I don't care. I'm playing him, and I don't care what sort of the position of the player looks like and how we're going to utilize him. I don't care. I just want him playing. And you can only do that with a very select group of players. And they need to give you a lot more than what Longy was giving you. And again, I don't mind him being given opportunity because he's still in the right age bracket to be given opportunity. However, you got a preference this year on exposed form. You've got a preference guys like Allen and even guys like Angry, who I think both have higher ceilings than what Long probably ever will. You just got to give them the opportunities in those positions to try and succeed and go from there,
Absolutely. Yeah. Sorry, we've been chatting and I've forgot there's other people on the panel.
Matty, Lucas, Chris, fucking chop us out,
It's all
please.
good. It's
All right,
all good.
I will. Did you, Void, at the start of the stream, Manny was saying that West, Angry, and Q on the play. And I want to ask you, out of those three, who do you think will play?
Oh, geez. It's interesting they've taken Westy because he played better the previous week than last week. So they obviously didn't take another defender. That's interesting.
No, they took West, Angry, and Q. Q, it looks like Q's going to play.
Yeah, probably gets up and Maynard comes in and then there's just one other change, right? Which much to most of our chagrin.
It's between West or Angry.
It's probably got to be Angry, right? Forward line's pretty stacked as it is, unless someone isn't playing.
If you
Well,
tie
it's
it back to
disappointing for
selection, if you tie it back into selection integrity, if you've brought Long back in after a great performance in the twos, a pretty much replica game by Anderson should warrant selection in the ones.
Mm-hmm.
However, does he have the same standing with Fly than what Ned Long does? That's the real question you need to ask. I can't see West playing unless they're going to drop like a Membry or something or rest him, which I can't see happening. I just can't see that happening, or even Buller for that matter. Which will be disappointing because, like I mentioned at the start of the stream, West has only played like 2 games in like a month and a half. So it'll be real disappointing if he's flown up there and he doesn't get an opportunity, which looks like more than likely will end up happening. That'll be very disappointing because, you're just wasting opportunities for him to play at the lower level if that's the case. And I understand you've got to carry another carryover when you're going into state, and I understand all that. However, yeah, it'll be disappointing regardless.
I mean, he could play up the ground. Is he playing more of that centre half forward role? Unless they think he's. I mean, I watched him a couple of weeks ago, and he's really a lot quicker, a lot more nimble than I realised. He's running as fast as a midfielder up the ground. I don't know whether they're trying to find some other type of role for him. But if he's just there as, but I think what makes the most amount of sense is that he's there is just in case a forward doesn't get up. But it would be really awesome if they put him in and throw him like, I don't know, where could they put him? No, I wouldn't say a wing. Doesn't fit that, but he could just go. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's going to be Anderson probably, Chris.
My question is, who would be the three emergencies then? Who would be the three emergencies?
Mine.
Well, I'm wondering who the three emergencies will be.
Oh, well, it'll be
right?
Yeah. It's really going to be two emergencies essentially, right? Because because they will only they'll take two carryovers instead of one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's disappointing for West because he can't play the VFL on Saturday.
Very disappointing if that's the case.
Mm.
However, that's always the issue when you've got an interstate game and you've got the VFL playing at home on opposite days. So if the VFL was playing on the Sunday, for example, it'll be easier to bring two or three up, and then you could always fly one back on, like, you know, the Saturday morning or something if you knew he wasn't going to play, for example. However, when you've got the VFL playing at that time, then you've got the seniors playing in the afternoon interstate, your hands are a bit tied. It's just very disappointing that it might end up being
AFL's
West.
fucked, isn't it? How the AFL schedules a VFL game that doesn't correspond, in the same town.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Crazy. It's almost laughable that the senior comp doesn't mirror the seconds comp. And I understand there's like Southport and all these standalones. I get it. But it's, like I say so often on these streams, it's run like a bush league, mate. If you explain this stuff to like people overseas, they'd be like, "What the fuck?" Like they'd be baffled. You know?
I mean, the only other thing, Chris, is also not likely, but after thinking about it the last couple of week or two, McStay as a centre half back, and then West could go into the forward line. But
yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
I don't know if that happens this year. But
It might be
that would be great. Sorry, Lucas. Go, man.
So that might be a good idea. Just throw one back.
It'd be an awesome idea.
How did West do in the VFL? Because I remember if Matt's still around. Matt told me he's the next Cameron, because he had a good game in the VFL where he kicked like 3 goals and had like 25 touches.
Yeah, it was a couple of weeks ago. The last week's game, he had 9 touches and kicked 2.
Yep.
Okay. So he's a little up and down in the VFL. He'll have his really big games, and then he'll have a slightly more modest one. Yeah, after that one a couple of weeks ago, I thought that he was a shoo-in, but
he didn't get picked.
Well, because he's got the forward lock. Because you've also got Padaski, who's being kept out as well at the moment in the forward line. With Buller, Membry, and McStay down there, it's it's just one of those things. I think at the moment, Membry's kicking his 3 or so goals lately, most weeks.
Yeah, see that's keeping him in it, isn't it? That's keeping Westy out of it. Is that Membry's found form?
and he has, like, to be fair to him, since he played that VFL game, he's actually come back a lot more intensity. Whether that put the wind up him a little bit or not, he's actually showing. I don't know about age and the others, but if I think Membry's showing a lot of hunger, and he's tackling, his pressure, his goal kicking. He seems to be kind of pretty switched on the last couple of weeks, last 2 or 3 games.
I don't think Matt's liking this. If he's listening.
I always put my hand up when it's. I always put my hand up when it's required. I've got no fucking, I don't care. Membry's doing enough to warrant his selection this week.
Yeah.
That's absolutely a non-issue. It was just more the criticism for Membry at the start of the year was, why are we carrying this bloke doing nothing or virtually nothing for a long period of time? I think it was 7 games and the return was 8 goals, fucking 9 or something. Like, that's just not enough from a senior footballer. But Void's right. Yeah. The injury, back to the VFL, he did fuck all in the VFL, but it was obviously just a run through. I remember Shawnee and Mick did that game that week, and Sean said multiple times that Membry looked like he had his head in his shoulders, like he looked like he just wasn't interested. However, it might have just been a planned return. You have a run in the 2s, whatever. Don't go too nuts. You come back from injury, just sort of keep it mild, and then come back in the 1s and impact, which he has. So absolutely no issue with that. But if anything, it strengthens the case for what we were saying before about guys like Sidebottom and that. Like, there's nothing wrong with giving guys the rocket every now and then. It works.
No.
Your Geelong team do it perfectly, Lucas. They're not fucking scared to drop anyone, mate. Like, Warple.
I like Josh's comment. That's what I'd do.
Me
I mean,
too.
after what Matt's ex-coach had said the other night, he was an elite intercept defender as a junior. I'd love to see him finish up his career then. It probably extends his career a little bit too.
100%.
I agree.
Probably makes all Australian in that position.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. But it allows it allows us to like, we've got these 4 key forwards, so-called key forwards, and 5 really when you include Podatsky, and it's keeping West out of the team. Problem is that you get Membry in there and he kicks 2 or 3 goals, then you can't omit him.
Yeah.
Well, I think you can, but not in this administration. They're not.
No. No, he's just right about Warple. Warple, we just signed Warple for $800,000 for 4 years and he can't get a game. How about that?
That's how it should be. Houston should be in the VFL. He played a decent game last week, but it was against Richmond, and it's about his 3rd good game in 18 months. If he was at Geelong, he would have spent half of his time in the VFL. Actually, no, he would have probably would have played well at Geelong.
Yes.
I'm actually going to go back and watch. I'm actually meaning to go back and watch some Houston games from his last couple of years at Port. I'll watch them a little closer than I did the first time around.
Don't do it, Void. Don't do it.
Don't do it, Void. Don't do it.
Already done it, mate. Already done it. When you watch the KO minis and that, and you see some of their scoring chains, and you just see these fucking 50-meter bombs to like pinpoint targets, you're just like, where the fuck is that been? Like,
his confidence must be really shot in our team.
Do not do it. Is my advice, mate.
Did you hear Benny bring it up, the prospect of Houston getting traded? And did you hear Anthony's reaction?
Yeah.
Like he hadn't heard it
I
before.
saw that.
I really would be. Maybe he hadn't, but he was just like, "What? Fred Houston?" Benny did a pretty. Oh, yeah, it's what people are saying. It's what people are saying. He was very diplomatic, but it's like, on one hand, you've got guys saying, "Oh, well, you're not going to get anything for him," but then the other hand, they talk about how good he is and how we're not using. Which one is it?
Yeah, no, you'll get something for him. He's not a like, dude. He's not hard rubbish.
Like I said to Bergs, I said, would Richmond take Houston? Thinks absolutely we'll take him.
Yeah.
So other clubs do value him. We would never get the same as what we gave away for him, but we need to get picks in. We need to get into the draft or use them as currency. And like I was making the point in the chat and Anthony's stream, I'm like, we need to. Who else are you going to trade? Bobby, you're not going to get much for Bobby, and I don't want to trade Geordie. Like,
is it true that Bobby wants to? Is it true that I heard Bobby wants to go to Port Adelaide?
Don't know.
That's what I was hearing today. It's Port Adelaide is what he's whoever his manager is mentioned.
Is that true, Lucas? Did you hear that?
That might be good for the Butters because Port Adelaide want players apparently.
No, that's not. Well, it could be true, but I didn't hear it on the news. But I think his manager is the same as managing Jace Burgoyne, who plays for Port. I think could be wrong.
Yeah, I'll wait to hear it again. I read it on some of the Collingwood accounts on Twitter. So we'll see if that's just a bit of mindless scuttlebutt.
On the agenda senders, or whatever they fucking call themselves, that fucking stupid Kate McCarthy and Tom Morrison. They wanted Geordie to be traded. They reckon you can get a first and a second rounder for him.
Yeah. Well,
would you take that? Would you take it?
I don't think Geordie wants to go anywhere anyway.
Yeah.
Because they said he's out of contract. He's out of contract next year.
Yeah. The reports came out today or yesterday that they've started initial discussions for an extension. I don't think we would. Two things. I don't think we would get a first and a second rounder for him off the bat. I don't think that would be the case unless there was something going back the other way.
Yeah, Tom Morris said the way he's been playing his footy, you can definitely get that from him.
Maybe. I'm just saying I don't think that would be. It would have to be a club that was like desperate for a guy like him to give that up. I just can't see. That seems way overs to me. And secondly, I wouldn't get rid of him in this form.
Do you know, are you aware that he's the best player in the competition over the last two months?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Like as in, like the key metrics like score involvements, score assists, stuff like that.
You get in our team, that's for sure.
I'm starting to sense a bit of not an agenda setters, a Lucas agenda. He's trying to get.
I think you want him, Lucas. You want him, Lucas.
I think you would need. I think it would need to be 2 first rounders, and we're not getting that. And you'd need either the club or Geordie to be into it, or both. And I don't think that's going to happen. We're gonna find draft picks in other areas. I think they'll seriously look at Houston, and they'll look at McCreary, and maybe a Quaynor.
We can give you Stengel. That could help.
It's probably attractive to him because he's already got a farm. He might want a bigger farm.
Spreading Geordie rumours. Nah, never. No, it came on it was on the agenda centres. Would you would you trade that fucking Kate McCarthy and Tom Morris? Not me. It didn't come from me. Eh? Don't shoot the messenger.
Here's what you got to remember about the agenda setters. Monday, you get a tiny bit of news. Tuesday, they're spread a bit thin. That's when it gets a bit more speculative. Wednesday, it's just all out, just bullshit. It's like run out on Wednesday.
Any show that has Kate McCarthy involved already loses all credit. Please, come on, man.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Please.
But honestly, if he gets 2 first rounders, geez, he'd be silly not to take it. But
like I said, we need a midfielder because we can't have that fucking Dangerfield forever, and Atkins is getting old, so it'd be a good replacement.
I don't think he's going to go to Geelong, mate. He wouldn't look good in a headband.
True.
yeah, we've so I see Lockie Neal's meeting with Ross and
We talked about that. I spoke to Matt about that. Yeah.
But didn't Lockie leave Freo when Ross was still coaching?
Yes.
So how's this Ross connection super strong? I thought he left Freo because he wasn't getting along with the coach.
Because St Kilda are offering more than what Collingwood will.
Oh, I guess
He's won his three premierships, and now he's after his big contract. And St Kilda.
It depends if Lockie's, might not like the noise of 90,000 people. Retirement home crowd, just a nice flat 5,000. Are they really offering more, Lucas? I thought it was the same as what we're offering.
Mitch Cleary said 3.4.
Oh, wow, really? They upped it.
And they upped the years to 4 years.
To be honest, that's a good sign because that actually seems like maybe he's already made his decision to go to the Pies, and it might be just like a last throw at the stumps by the Saints. And as a result, Collingwood might need to come up a little bit, but I actually see that as a positive thing if they've gone way overs, because the horse might have already bolted, sort of thing, and it's just that last ditch effort. Let's hear what they've got to offer, But yeah, look, at the end of the day, like I said, if he chooses the Saints over us, considering that the Saints are lower than us on the ladder, if he chooses the Saints ahead of the Pies, that tells you a lot about our club. It's an indictment on our club, because that should never happen in any circumstance. I already got worried when that happened last year with Jack Silvani. If it happens again with Neil, where a guy chooses St Kilda over Collingwood, that is an indictment on our club.
Well, Robbie, I'm not sure if you were here while I said it. So Brisbane have accepted Neil's going to go because they've offered another contract deal to Zach Bailey.
Yep.
So that explains it. So yeah, he's all but gone.
Oh, gee, Bailey's not worth that, but anyway, good on him.
Well, looks like that's where the salary cap for Lockie's contract will go to Zach Bailey.
And Gubby Allen's just thinking, we'll pay Lockie anything he wants. We'll just cut him in a year when we can't afford him. We'll see if we can win the premiership next year. Oh God, they're going to squeeze out Darcy Wilson because they can't afford it. I don't know where they're coming up with all this cash.
Oh, I've got no idea. Well, that's what Matt said. They said, well, Collingwood will just get Darcy Wilson then.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Me too.
We'll swoop on him.
Mick, there is a beach side in Geelong. If Geordie wants to live near the sea, there's a beach side.
What would you get? What would you ask in return from Geelong? I know Geelong. I know that Mackie will just offer pick 40.
Come on, Lucas. You've got to give us something good if you want it, you've got to give us something good.
I'd give you a first rounder for him. Yeah. Well,
give us two.
you have to put if Geordie did come for our team, he's going straight into our team in 2027. So Dangerfield likely retire. So you put Geordie in that midfield. So it's a required player in that position. So probably a first rounder and a second rounder probably would be appropriate. I think both teams would be happy with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably give you Walpole's contract if you want him.
I'll just take Max Holmes.
Yeah. Danger flog.
Yeah. Oh, you can have him for free. We'll put him for free.
No, we've already got an AFLPA guy there.
No, we'll take Cameron. We'll take Cameron.
We don't want too many union reps.
Give us Cameron. Give us Cameron Lucas.
Cameron, well, the way that he's been playing footy with his this suspected broken arm, so yeah, he's been playing with nerve pain the last 3 weeks. So
yeah, it's a bit of a worry.
And Brian Myers has got ACL awareness, whatever that fucking means, because he hasn't been picked for tomorrow's night game. That's 3 weeks in a row he's missed. But they don't want to take surgery, so I don't know what's going on there.
So why did you guys take Warple just because he's a Geelong boy?
We took Warple because we needed clearance. We needed our coach. So Chris Scott said we needed more clearances. And Warple did that at Hawthorn apparently, and so he played in some trial games and he looked awful. To be fair, he looked very awful.
He wasn't very good at Hawthorn though.
He was. I was never convinced when we were linked to Warple. I wasn't really one that went, "Oh, okay, hooray!" Like all the Geelong fans must fucking piss their pants and saying, "Oh, we've got the next best thing." I was never convinced with Warple because he played that prelim against us, right? And I thought he was absolutely horrible in that prelim. And I thought, geez, is this the guy we really want? You know, Geelong fans were sold. So we gave him that 4-year deal, $800K. So that's big money, big money. He looked awful in the trial games. He played one game. He looked awful in that. We gave him another go, looked awful. Then he was dropped. Came back for a couple of weeks. Looked awful, dropped again, and then a few weeks later came back for a game. He had about 10 clearances. I don't know who that. Well, I forgot who that was against. I think that was against Essendon or Richmond, bottom team. Yeah, probably. So he did really well. Then the week after that, he struggled and he's been dropped again. So he's been dropped about 3 times this year, and he hasn't played in weeks. He hasn't played since round 10, round 11.
He was right on the edge of Hawthorn's best side.
Yes.
He was always just kind of barely hanging on to their best side.
So I was just never convinced. So we've got a guy that's on 4 years on $800K just playing in the VFL. And he's not even dominating in that. He's not really getting 30 every week. He's not getting 10 clearances every week. He's just been average.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder why they went after him. Yeah, I mean, it didn't cost them anything in draft capital, at least.
Was it a free agent?
No.
Is he a free agent?
Free agent.
Ah, okay.
So Hawthorn gave him a so-so offer, and Geelong then said, "Oh well, we can do better than that," and then he went to Geelong. So Hawthorn weren't that keen on him either.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And speaking of Hawthorn, they've offered a better contract to Mitch Lewis.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Be loyal, Mitch. Be loyal.
Stay there. We don't want you. You're too injury prone. We don't want you to stay there.
He hasn't signed it yet. He still hasn't signed it yet. That's been apparently in front of him for the last couple of weeks, but it's an improved offer.
I want to go for that Jed Walter guy.
Yeah.
Oh, they're all leaving up there. Fuck. I reckon if they lose, when do you play them? Saturday.
Yep.
Yeah, if they lose that game, then I think all hell's going to break loose with that club. I think the coach is in trouble. Players are going to leave.
Do you know what should happen? This will never happen, but it'll be so good for the game that the AFL, with Tasmania coming in, the AFL just needs to shut down GWS and the Gold Coast. Just close them both down. Experiment. You tried it for 10 plus years. Didn't work. You're draining the resources for the other clubs, and they need to at least shut down GWS. GWS is the biggest. At least there's a few supporters up on the Gold Coast. GWS is the biggest waste of time.
I'd relocate them, Matt.
Or put them in Canberra. Put GWS in Canberra and
exactly,
relocate them to Tasmania or fucking Northern Territory.
Yeah, call GWS the Canberra Raiders, the Canberra Giants.
Yep. We spoke about this.
They play there anyway. They play home, get a bit like Hawthorn at Tasmania. They've got a sponsor up in Canberra, the Giants. Move them there. Relocate them.
Yeah. There's a lot of AFL fans in Canberra. It's not as popular as League, but it's much more popular than it is in Western Sydney. I can tell you that.
Correct. Yeah.
I
love that idea.
At the start of the year, you can still play maybe 2 or 3 games out in Western Sydney, but you base them in Canberra and you play 7 or 8 games out of Canberra.
Correct.
You play. Maybe you can play like against Sydney. They still play Sydney twice, and maybe you play one of those home Sydney games at GWS. Like, I don't fucking know. You still give them something to get around, but yeah, you just bloody base them out of Canberra. You get your 20,000 every fucking week there. A lot of Victorian expats, and it's pretty much on the Barassi line there. So you're going to get a lot of support even from people in Canberra that aren't rostered on AFL fans, but more scope for growth there. And Canberra's got 400,000 people, so it's not like it's. If you're setting up a club in Tassie, I don't know why Canberra's not an option.
No, I agree, and you get free agents to go to Canberra. Canberra's a nice place.
They've because I got annoyed the other night when Eddie was floating this idea about cutting the list sizes, removing 5 players off each list, so then it makes up for the extra team coming in terms of like the talent pool. But that just thinking, geez, we want to shrink lists. I was thinking of adding to the list, not shrinking them.
I'm not fussed with the list, to be fair.
I don't like the idea of shortening the games either. Because I
hate that. I agree with you on that. I hate that. That's bullshit.
Yeah. If we go back to the 1910s where teams kicked 1 goal to 2 goals.
Oh, fuck. Jeez.
Hey, boy, guess what?
Yeah.
They're conditioning us for that, mate. That's been like 3 years of talk, and you've heard it from prominent guys like Dangerfield, who used to be Players Association. You're hearing it from guys like that. I'm telling you, that's 2 or 3 years away, mate. They'll shorten the fucking games.
Well, you know what you do then? If you're the AFL, if the AFL had any spine, you go up to these people like Dangerfield and Darcy Moore and say, you want shorter quarters, fine. Yeah, your pay gets cut to 20%. You lose 20% of your pay.
Yeah.
And then I
good
bet
luck.
you, I can guarantee you, they'll turn around and say, "Oh, okay, maybe we best if we leave it alone."
They've made a rod for their own back, trying to
Yeah.
introduce too many teams.
Yeah,
It would be fine if it was just capped at 16 or even 18 at the most, but 20, no. It's just it buggers up the fixture. It means you've got to have what's going to happen? They want all the teams to play each other once. Then they're talking about doing like some sort of little tournament for the following 4 weeks.
where the fuck do these left-wing fucking idiots get their ideas from? Where do they get?
Darcy Moore
Oh.
and Patrick Dangerfield.
See, there's not enough. There's not. You know the problem with the AFL? There's too much of the same fucking left-wing people down there. No one giving new ideas, no right-wing ideas, just left-wings fucking trying to destroy the game within.
They've got 4 proposals for how it's going to look. I forget what they all entail. I looked at it, but there was 4 ways the fixture they're trying to work out how to accommodate, the expanding league. And obviously TV rights won't allow them just to cut it back to 20 games.
Correct.
Once it's 20
Yes.
games. But also, in addition to TV rights, there's also, how that impacts statistics. There's 3 less games.
Oh. Yeah.
That's why I don't want shorter quarters, because then it's like, then it's sort of like, less goals are kicked. It just affects the stats. It affects Coleman's. It affects it'll just change the sort of makeup of the game, so people are getting less disposals and.
Yeah.
What
It'll
was?
Yeah, I was just going to say it'll be like the American model. So let's say they cut it back to, I don't know, let's pick a number. Maybe, let's say 15 minutes, 15-minute quarters, for example. What they'll end up doing is they'll say, okay, so there's less goals in a game with 15-minute quarters. Okay, quarter time's now 10 minutes. Half time's now 27 minutes. And they'll just pump the ads in there. Bingo, bango, that makes up your money. That still runs your ads. Players are happy because they get to fucking do less. That's pretty much what it will end up being. I guarantee it. It's been one of those things that's been spoken about for 2 or 3 years. Since COVID, it's sort of got launched in that period of time. Players back then wanted to keep it. 100%. It'll end up coming in. Only a matter of time, mate.
So we had shorter quarters during COVID, correct?
For 1 year.
Now,
yeah.
I just looked it up. So that was the 2021, the Coleman medal. How many goals do you think he kicked?
Oh, Lucas, the scoring was atrocious that year. Look at the match scores that year.
2021, the game lengths went back to their normal length. It was 2020 where they were shortened, where you were getting. You were getting like 8 goals to 10 goals per game.
Yeah. Do you know the exact number? Do you know, if you had to guess, what would be the number? I actually know this, so this is a bit of a quiz for you because I know the player who kicked it. How many goals do you reckon he kicked to win the Coleman in that year?
35, 36.
Close. You're close. That was Tom Hawkins, by the way. 42. So that was with shorter quarters. Do we really want to win Coleman's and fucking all that shit with 42 goals? You're kidding me, right? You're kidding yourself.
Looks like the stats from 1901 or something.
Kidding. Absolutely kidding. So who won the Brownlow that year? I actually don't know. I'm just saying I don't know.
Oh, probably Dusty. No, Dusty only won 1, right? I don't know who won it that year.
The COVID year. Wasn't it Neil? Was it Neil who won it in the COVID year?
Could have been, yes.
I'll look it up. See, I'm curious. That year, I just zoned out that year.
Yeah, because I think Dusty was the year before. Then Wines was 2021. And then Neil again.
Oh, yeah. Wow, it was him. Yeah.
Oh, wow. How many votes did he get that year?
31.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, geez, that was... See, then what they'll do is they'll shorten the quarters. It'll affect the scoring. People will complain. Then they'll change the rules so people can score easier in shortened games.
Bring back the Super Goal.
Yeah, they'll do stuff like that. Or they'll create a rule that you can't. They'll probably do an offside type rule so people can score easier.
Oh, you're listening to this, Matt?
That's when I go back to watching a lot. I'll go back and watch state league footy.
No.
I'll stop watching the AFL altogether if they do.
If they do that, I'm sorry, love Geelong, but I can't sit and watch that crap. That's not footy.
Mick in the chat.
What did you say?
Listen to this one. Mitch Cleary. I understand there's conversations and dialogue still ongoing between Neil Camp and Essendon.
Oh,
Essendon.
Give me a spell.
Essendon, really? No.
Yeah,
way.
but people are free to talk. It's not newsworthy. Like someone's going to pick up the phone and go, "Hey, can we talk for 10 minutes?" And that's all it is, you know.
That's James Hurd's first signing there, Lockie Neal.
Well, I heard Essendon are actually looking at that Jack Bowers from Geelong.
No, they can have him. We'll give him for free.
I don't know why they're after him, but they want him. I think they want him for just a bit of experience because they want to move on Setterfield.
He's fucking horrible, mate. He's not horrible, but he's one of those type of guys that always does well in the VFL. You give him a couple of chances in the AFL, he does badly. He had a shocking grand final. Both shocking.
Maybe they could make it like AFLX, but they'll just do AFLX that'll be the new game. That was such a resounding success.
The only way Essendon can win a final.
I'm just thinking of all the tinkering they do, and I'm thinking at what point? Because what happens? They bank on the fact that fans are just too addicted, right? They'll take anything because they're not going to stop watching football. But there will come a point where you can push it to a certain point, and after they push too far, it'll just become unenjoyable. It's almost at that point sometimes now, you know.
Yeah,
that's the problem with the corporate world. They never realize how far to squeeze. It's like if the mafia was trying to bleed you for money, they don't bleed you dry because they want you to keep paying up every week. So that's the thing. You got to work out how far you can bleed something until there's no blood left. And that's the problem with these organizations is they push and they push and they push, and then they're all, you know, it's never going to be an international sport. I don't care how hard they try. It's always going to be a niche sport to people overseas.
Give it up on that shit. Just give it up. Now they're going to have games in India now. What the fuck? The thing it's going to be like cricket over there with 80,000 people will come. Give it a spell.
Yeah.
What they should be doing instead of doing that, they should just be looking to recruit people from those countries, you know, like to They should open up the channels to try and get people learning the game. Not going over to play a game is just, I don't see the benefit. Yeah, there's a billion people. Yeah, of course. And they said, 20,000 people play AFL over there out of a billion. Whoa.
That's an average size of a club game down in India. 20,000. That's what you get all those Indians hanging off the bus. There's 20,000 people on a train.
Because now they've got to expand the talent pool, right? Because there's too many teams. So now it's smart. Go to other countries and try and grow the game locally. But geez, playing games in season and then traveling that far, I just think it's, I don't know.
Well, it didn't work for China. So what fucking hope have they got in India with fucking 1 billion people in China?
Yeah, it's a niche sport.
Yeah. I'll tell you now, the founding fathers of the game, that'd be, I don't think they ever would have thought that it would ever grow outside of fucking Victoria, let alone worldwide. Like,
It's not.
I like the fact that they have this bigger, greater vision. But I've always said, I don't want it to be this worldwide game. Imagine if the Americans got a hold of our game. They would destroy it in the matter of. They would destroy it in the matter of months. So,
but that's what they're looking to do, though. The AFL age, they want big investors to fucking take over it and to pump all this fucking money into it. So $2 million contracts would be like fucking loose bus change.
of course.
That's what the AFL want. They want a big investor so they can start paying these payers like NBA, NFL type salaries. It just never will happen ever. Ever happen.
That's what annoys me about Eddie Maguire a bit at the moment. He's such a shill. Like, always talking about the television, always talking about how much there is to be made and how and this and I'm thinking to myself, I know you're a businessman, dude, and I get it, but like, enough already. You're starting to. I mean, he salivates when talking about this NFL game that they're playing at the MCG.
Yeah.
But that's a totally different market, totally different environment. It's been the Super Bowl. It's been as popular since the 70s, 80s, where everyone wanted a piece of it. Worldwide. And they're playing games in Germany, they're playing games in Australia, and playing games in London and selling out because it's an established thing. Everybody knows about it. And this AFL fucking board and the CEOs think, well, if we go to India, we go to China, all it takes is one investor, and then bang, we're sitting on a gold mine. But it hasn't happened.
Yeah.
And it's not like they've been doing this for a year now. They've been going around the world for at least 20, 25 years now, haven't they? They've played games in London, expedition games in London, South Africa, China now, New Zealand, and it hasn't worked. So you've gone basically all the corners of the fucking globe looking for this fucking dynamite investor, and it hasn't happened.
Yep.
Give it up. Yeah,
Eddie's pushing hard. Well, not. Well, I don't know. He seems to be kind of like ostensibly advocating for like Netflix to buy the AFL rights one day.
Yes. Yeah. I've heard Hutchie even speak about that. Apparently, there's whispers, not this year, but apparently there was whispers that the 2 wildcard finals were going to be like exclusively on like a Netflix or something like that, And I said, it's all making sense now. Then, it's just, it all comes back to this, how can we eke an extra subscription out of the, the plebs out there, You make these certain finals exclusive. You make your Anzac Day an exclusive game. You make, your fucking whatever, all these key fixtures, you make them, because that's what happens in America, right? All they do is you just need to look at what happens there, and then you just plus 10 years, and then that's what's going to happen here. They just look for new ways to screw everyone out of money. And the argument with like India and that is, I've heard them say, all you need to do is capture 1% of the population, and that's already like heaps greater than, your own backyard. So it's a smart investment. But like Lucas said, if you can't even get it popular in New Zealand, what fucking hope do you have of having it popular in bloody India? If you can't even get it popular in New South Wales, the fucking state directly above us, what hope do you have of getting it popular in bloody India? Like, it's too different of a game. It's too culturally entrenched in what being a Victorian or a South Australian is to ever work anywhere outside of these niche states and these niche markets. But they'll just they'll keep grinding it at the stone, mate. They'll keep at it, because like Lucas said, all it takes is one Indian billionaire or fucking whatever to show a bit of interest, and next thing you know, it's like IPL on steroids,
Yeah, plenty of opportunities for billionaires to go bankrupt buying a franchise.
Exactly.
That's correct as well. So hypothetically, let's say we get this multi-billion-dollar investor. He pumps billions into the game. Players are now getting paid $10 million a year, this hypothetically, and he goes bust because the game's not revenuing. Then what do we do?
Exactly.
You've gone backwards 50 years.
Exactly. You can't put the genie back in the bottle then.
Yeah, and then you're in this shit for probably God knows how long, and the game's absolutely gone.
Yeah, but the problem with them is there's the sunk cost fallacy with the AFL. They won't ever sort of pull back once something isn't working. They won't admit it's not working, so they'll just keep chucking more money at it.
Correct.
Yeah.
I get the logic. You only need 1% of 1 billion people, but that's the same logic they used in Queensland and New South Wales.
Correct. Yep. You only need 5% in New South Wales to have an interest, and it's already an established club. Yeah, well, 15 years in GWS proves that it's not achievable,
Well, you use the fruit analogy, right? They was like, we just need a sliver of that watermelon. Or you could go down to a football state and you could have an entire mango.
Exactly, mate. Exactly right.
But they'll do what they do, but they should be investing. They should be investing in grassroots. They're completely abandoning rural parts of Victoria and other parts of the country. And
absolutely, mate. All you need to do is drive through a few country towns in Victoria, and you'll see, okay, the two footy clubs, two local towns, they merge the footy clubs because they don't have the numbers, and then 5-10 years plus, the club folds altogether. And the argument's always, well, there's not youth out there anymore that are playing the game. So, yeah, okay, that might be the case, but it comes back to investment. You didn't invest the time, you didn't invest the money in, and that's what happens. These clubs were just barely getting by for so many years until they just have that 1 or 2 bad years and they have to close the doors. And once the doors are shut, they never reopen. So, worry about your own fucking backyard.
What's the emphasis of Footscray building in Ballarat. So they're redeveloping that stadium. Are they looking for Footscray to move down there permanently or to play more games down there? What's the reason of that? If anyone knows.
Don't know the ins and outs, mate. All I know is that
Yep.
that's, I don't know how familiar you are with Victorian like demographics, but it's a pretty big town. I think it's
Yep.
second or third biggest town outside of Melbourne. So there's a big population out there. So there is scope to there'd be an appetite for football there. They're probably just
Bigger
trying
than
to
Geelong?
capture a bit of a region. Yeah, it's not bigger than Geelong. Geelong's like the clear second biggest, but Ballarat's like third or fourth. I don't know. I think Ballarat's bigger than Bendigo, isn't it?
Okay.
I think so. It brings in. It also brings in a lot of other. There's a lot of other towns around there as well.
Yes, it's a big feeding area, and Albury-Wodonga's a big area as well. But then you're talking 3.5 hours out of Melbourne, so Ballarat's just an obvious
How far is it
choice.
from? How far is it from Ballarat to Melbourne?
Bit over an hour.
Half.
Yeah.
Hour and a half from the city
Oh,
centre.
it's the same as Geelong. Okay.
Yeah, Geelong's
doing it to-
closer, but yeah.
They're doing it to get Butters.
You're getting buzzed.
That's
Building
that's what
that
he wants.
stadium in Ballarat.
Ballarat games.
Yeah, I wonder if it's all set, if it's all signed and sealed there or not. Because I just get the feeling if we're still pitching to him that he's still listening to other offers.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we had a really good audition with your boy. Had a pretty good influence in that game. Kept Butters to 24 possessions, and Butters is going, oh, they got this bloke.
Also, Judd, right? Judd didn't. It depends the type of bloke Butters is, because I know when Judd left West Coast, you know, he could have gone to his childhood club, but he's like, nah, that's not good for my career.
Yeah.
That turned out well though, didn't it?
Turns out neither was Carlton, but they offered him a busy deal, so it got him over the line.
Wasn't Lynch Collingwood as well? You thought we were getting him?
Oh, Tommy.
Yeah, that was when our salary cap was completely kaput, and I don't think we had any space for
We
him.
thought
But
we
he
were
didn't.
getting Cameron too.
Yeah, we're always a whisker off every forward for, like Paul said in these streams, been waiting for 40 years.
Yeah.
We talk about the almosts with those players all the time.
Yep.
We'll get one day.
Were you in the running for Gunston when you left Adelaide?
Nah,
No.
don't think so.
Yeah, it's a long time ago now.
Yeah.
That was no, he was. I liked him at Adelaide. He didn't play very much there, but yeah, fantastic pickup for them.
That's all. Hawthorn always get fantastic pickups.
Yeah, imagine. But see, that's the thing too. If you get Butters, Neil, and Nick and Geordie in the same team, you don't ever need an A grade forward. You could have a C to B grade forward line, and they would get enough looks at it and enough service to probably, at least in my opinion, I think. I think you can get there with a kind of just a good workman-like forward line if you've got an elite midfield.
Yeah.
Who are the wingers that you play with? Who are your wingers?
Oh, well, we don't really have any.
Rowan Steele and Patrick Lipinski.
Well, what happened to Josh Dacos? Wasn't he an All-Australian ringman?
Yeah, see, that's the problem. If he wasn't an All-Australian wingman, he might be playing there.
Yeah. Oh,
yes,
shit.
if you had that midfield, Josh is right. Then Nick plays more forward time. He probably kicks
And
60
Geordie.
goals. Yeah, it's pretty changes the whole dynamic really. But
my thoughts are, if we get Neil, we either get both of them or we don't get any of them, is my opinion. If we get Neil, I reckon Butters is like, fuck, I want to be part of like the super midfield.
Yeah, I was talking about that with Dermot when we were on that night, because I got a sneaking suspicion they're somehow linked.
Like romantically, or
more in the
age.
So my theory behind it, and it is just theory. So in the NBA, right, when LeBron chose to go to Miami, partly the reason he chose to go there was because in the background they had
Chris Bosh.
Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh had also they created a super team, right?
Correct.
So it was one of those things that LeBron chose that because that was the appropriate team to get the partnerships he wanted. Now, I know it's completely different sports and everything like that. However, I do think that that's something that's lacked in the AFL. And I do believe that if you've got cap space and the means to do it, that's an option where you've got two players where you can play them off each other. So you're telling Butters, hey, mate, if you want to come here, Neil's committed to coming here. And also you're going to Neil, hey, Neil, if you're committed to come here, mate, if you say yes, Zach's coming, and vice versa. It could be one of those scenarios. So you just never know.
What we also haven't talked with Butters is that Footscray are offering him the lowest because they can't afford the offer Collingwood and Geelong are going to give him, because Footscray have got half their salary cap on bloody 3 players. Darcy, Bont, who's the other one? Their other forward? Norton. They've got half their salary cap on those 3 players. So they can't match Geelong or Collingwood's firepower when it comes to money. So that could also play on Butters' mind. He's not going to go to Richmond, because if he's going to go to Richmond, he might as well stay at Port Adelaide, because Port Adelaide will match the offer. Yeah. So if Richmond say, well, here's 2.4, Port can say, well, we'll match that. So he's not going to go to Richmond. Richmond's out. Port Adelaide's out. I think it's down, as Matt said, probably 2 teams. Collingwood, Geelong, or Footscray. 3, sorry.
Yeah.
Because what's the point of him going to Richmond, where Port can just match it anyway? There's no point. There's no logic behind that. You might as well stay in Adelaide.
A competitor like Butters, you'll watch the way he plays. He's not going to Richmond. He's not trying to feather his nest.
No, he wants premierships.
Yeah, exactly. He's like Nick. He's got the same. You can when you watch them play, they're both similar kind of like vibe. They're chasing greatness,
Yeah.
But we'll see. Oh yeah, so I heard about Mick Gaffer's kid a couple of weeks ago. Probably don't know who he is. Lucas is one of our premiership defender from 1990.
No. Okay. No, I don't, but I'm sure you'll. So your father and son?
Yeah.
Okay.
He looked really good in that. You go, Lucas. You go.
No, all I was going to say is, how many father and sons do you have you got coming through?
Oh, he's not father son. Josh is saying. I thought he was. My mistake.
Oh, okay.
Well, I was going to say, looking at his highlights tape, he got heaps of shots on goal. His kicking at goal is fucking atrocious in the in the excerpts I saw. He's got a terrible kicking style, but it would be nice to have a gayfer at the club.
No offense, guys, but don't you already put up with that with Lockie Schiltz missing everything from set shots?
Hit 4 straight on the weekend.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
No, but you're right. You're right.
Were they set shots or just snaps?
He played a little bit. He played sort of his true position the other day. He played a little deeper.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I think that's what I gathered. He was getting because that's what he sort of did at Freo. He played closer to goal.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, played in that pocket, like 30-meter arc. Yeah. Any news on Bobby Hill?
No, just what I heard or what I read about Port Adelaide, whether that's true or not.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
I am totally sick of talking about Bobby Hill. Like I heard on the agenda setters, like the agenda setters, his agent, the people around him are talking to other clubs. I am totally sick of talking about him. I've been saying this. I want him to go. If he doesn't want to be there, just go. If you're talking to other clubs and you've got people around you talking to other clubs, just go. I don't care where you go. I don't care what we get for you. Just go.
Well, I said this to Matt. I showed Chris Scott's press conference about Stengel, and Chris Scott said that he respects that it's a hard game, and we have a lot of empathy for Stengel, but we're not a charity. Empathy only goes so far.
Yep, saw that. Yeah.
So that's that's a shot fired at Stengel.
Yeah, it helps if he's only got 1 year left on his contract.
No, it does. It does. Yeah, that does. Yeah. Well, in a perfect world, Geelong would sign him up in a heartbeat. But as Chris Scott said, the patience is now starting to rev in.
All right. Good night, Age. Thanks for your contribution, buddy.
Night, Age.
But yeah, we're not a charity, so we love Stengel, premiership player, but at the end of the day, it's a business. We're trying to win flags.
So you buy farms for people, but when you get rid of players, is it like with animals, like with pets? Do you send them to the farm?
Well, Duncan, our 300 game player last year, he hasn't been heard since, so he might be at a farm.
Where's Mitchie gone? Oh, he's living on the farm. We didn't put him to sleep.
Old Yeller.
Same with Isaac Smith, but he's in the media like Isaac Smith.
I actually like him.
I do.
A Hawthorn guy I like, actually.
Yeah. I don't remember him playing at Hawthorn. He was always a Geelong player. What are you talking about? I don't remember him one little bit at Hawthorn. Looks better.
He's a real country guy, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Yeah, that's why he went to Geelong from there. So, geez, he won Norm Smith as well. What a year he had that year. Wow.
Yes, Geelong do it well. Geelong, he was finished at Hawthorn. They got him for a year or two. And that's
Smith.
Yeah, we've got to do stuff like that, but then we've got to let him go after 2 years.
Yeah.
What about you, Lucas? How do you feel about Stengel? Do you want him gone, or you still want him at the club?
I'm fucking over it. He can go. So I'm fed up now. So, but this is the first time that Geelong's came out in a negative way about him. first time, so they're getting so that's indicated they're getting sick of him now. The problem is, we won't get anything for him because no one will want him. Just like the Adelaide situation, nobody wanted him. We gave him a lifeline. He won us a flag, but if he fucks up again, no one is even going to even want to look at him. That's the problem.
Yeah, he's had his chances. He's had 2 chances now, right?
Yeah. Well, this is his third actually. Yeah. So no one. He'll be back playing Sandford because he's from Adelaide, and that's if a Sandford club will even pick him up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but I'm at the point where I just can't I'm over it. I was over it 2 months ago, to be fair. Because he was training, then he wasn't training, and then he played VFL. He kicked 4 goals just 3 weeks ago in the VFL. We thought, geez, this is a good sign. And then what happens?
Yeah.
Supposed to go on a plane to Queensland, never turned up. When the plane announced his name, Stengel come to the plane, didn't turn up. Day later, photos of him in a nightclub at 3 a.m. getting hammered. So
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, that's. I think that was the last straw with Geelong. I think they want him back at the club now, and if he isn't, by the end of the year, he's gone. So, yeah. But I was fucking over him 2 months ago. He helped us win a flag. But we've got young kids coming through like Ollie Wiltshire. He's a good kid coming through. And it gives Ollie Henry more games to play. He's had a good year. Ollie Henry plays his 100th game this week.
It's a good question though about the Bulldogs because I've had this discussion before. Who would you rather play with? You know, if you were Butters, but I'm not so sure. I know the Dogs look like they've got a more impressive list, but they do seem. I mean, year after year, they're rather mediocre. So whatever their mix is never really working. They never become a genuine top side. Even though every year they're touted as a top 4 side, they most years miss the finals or barely make the finals.
Oh, that stupid Kane Corns who say every year they're going to win the flag, they're going to win the flag.
Their backline's shocking. I just don't think you can. I don't think you can really contend if you've got a weak back 6.
No.
Great, like amazing midfield. So you could also make the argument that they do have an amazing midfield, but then he's just surplus to an amazing midfield. You know, or do you pick a club where you slot into the midfield because you know? I think the Dogs are going to have to give up. I wonder what they would give up for him. I don't think their draft hand's that fantastic. So I wonder what players they'd be willing to give up for him.
They've got. I think they've only got one South Australian on their list, and he's a defender, and that's what's his name? Their main defender. From
the one, not the guy from not Rory Lobb.
No, not Lobb. No, their other key defender. Tall defender that they have back there. He's from South Australia. But apart from that, they've got no South Australian talent.
O'Donnell.
I think O'Donnell. Yeah, I think he's from South Australia. Could be wrong, but they've got one South Australian in their team. But Port want players. Port rather players than draft picks, but the players they want ready now. They want them to go straight into the team for 2027 opening round, and to play right then and now. They don't want kids. And Bulldogs will have none of that.
I don't. If he chooses the Dogs, that's fine. You know, so be it.
Yeah, if he chooses them, I won't be that upset. I'd be more upset if he chooses bloody Collingwood over Geelong. I'd be more upset with that.
How dare you? He should want to come to Collingwood. How dare you?
Oh, you'd be
Anyone
the
should want
same.
to come to Collingwood.
If he went to Geelong over Footscray, you'd be thinking, oh, fucking hell.
Oh, fucking oath I would. I think everyone's going at you. Why the fuck don't they want to come to Collingwood?
I think what would enrage us in both if he went to fucking Richmond. If he went there.
Oh yeah, why would you want to go to Richmond? Really? It's no disrespect.
Yeah.
It's like I said to Voidoid. No disrespect to Mrs. Voidoid, but why would you want to go to Essendon or Richmond? You want to go to a contending team.
You know who's I see North Melbourne's chasing Lockie Ash pretty hard.
Yeah, I heard that.
I saw that. What a load of garbage. Oh.
They want everyone. They want everyone.
They want everyone. Fucking everyone.
They should be.
I've got someone for you. Take Dan Houston, Lucas. Take Dan Houston. We don't want him.
North should be awesome at the by now, but they're just not.
No.
Well, they've beaten nobody. They've won 8 games, but who have they beaten?
They've played the
Not
bottom
really
sides
anyone.
twice already, I think.
And they've got Port Adelaide again, another bottom 5 team. So they've played all
great.
the top bottom 4 teams twice.
I
And
don't
everyone's
understand
thinking
why it's not working there. I don't get it because they've pretty much got like the key pillars are pretty good. Midfield's really good. I just really don't get why it doesn't come together.
Well, then they've got good like LDU and Warlow. Good forward, good small forward, Curtis.
That's why you got to be careful, going that route that route of just getting top draft picks, only top draft picks.
Yeah,
doesn't always gel.
Oh, you still need a superstar. Yeah. Well, that's their problem. They don't have a superstar player. Like, if you want to count Sherry as a top 3 ruckman, but that's a ruckman. They don't really have a top 3 midfield or defender or forward. Like, they've got promising players like Trembath's promising. LDU, you're starting to start Waterloo, but that McKercher, I like McKercher. Again, he's just a promising player. They could be busted in 2-3 years. So they've got a lot of those players, but I still think you need the superstars. You need some experienced 200 gamers on your list. Like they've got Darling.
Josh Simpkin was trying to get to Collingwood last year.
Yeah,
Collingwood didn't want him.
No, they did. They did.
Yeah, but we didn't want to
kidding.
give up what North wanted. North wanted 2 first rounders, and we said fuck no.
Fucking hell, you wanted that washed guy. He's done, Josh Simpkin. Holy shit. What did North want?
North wanted 2 first rounders for him, plus we'd have to take on his contracts nearly $1 million a year.
He's
third round
pick at best, Simpkin. I wouldn't touch Simpkin in our fucking VFL team.
Yeah, they
All he does is do fucking 20 disposals. He doesn't hurt you with it. He turns it over. That's a bullet dodged by Collingwood.
So, Lucas, what are you going to do about Warple? He's going to keep him or get rid of him?
No, I think we'll keep him. Well, it's not that Warple can complain or anything. So he's 1 year into a 4-year deal. What's he going to say? Oh, I want to
and he's playing VFL. He's playing VFL.
He's getting 800 a year, and he's playing. He'd be the most expensive fucking VFL player in history because that's all he's doing is playing VFL. He's not even getting emergencies. He's not even on the emergency.
Why can't we do that to Houston? It's Matt said. Why can't we do that to Houston?
So again, if Warple left, we probably wouldn't even get anything out of him. He's playing VFL.
Who would want him?
Send him
It's
to
not
North,
hurting
maybe
you.
North.
It's not hurting you to have him there anyway.
No,
Nah,
it's not.
well,
I was surprised you
we're-
went for him.
He's just there, and it doesn't really matter. He'll serve his time there, and then
Yeah. Well, we're first on the ladder in the VFL, so
Hmm.
he can
happens.
become a VFL premiership player.
It happens. You can't. Not everything's like a winner. That and you've got to take the risk sometimes, and it doesn't come off. I don't think it was a very high risk anyway, because it's just a free agent.
But I was surprised Hawthorn let him go.
Yeah, there wasn't much interest there. No, that's right. We got him for free. We took a punt. If someone wants to take him on and give us a second round or a third round, or so be it. Gets us off the books of 800k. So yeah, the risk was pretty worth it. Like, and we don't have players on big money in Geelong anyway.
Hmm.
Like, even when Dangerfield came to us, he wasn't on like big money.
Yeah, you got to give him latitude. Like I know when it's our clubs, we get angry when something sort of doesn't work out the way we thought. But like you got to sometimes give them latitude. They had a great idea that didn't come off, and I mean when Warple was going to Geelong, that's what I heard Geelong supporters saying. Oh well, I don't know if there's a spot for him in our team. They sort of knew that going in.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like he was supposed. Like, see, with Houston, it was different. Like Houston was supposed to be the player we got from Port, and a higher caliber player. Whereas Warple, even when you got him, didn't even make the headlines. It was just oh yeah, he's leaving Hawthorn, and Geelong's got him as a free agent. It wasn't like a high profile recruit or anything.
No, it wasn't. No.
So it's and you never know. He might turn it around. He's only ever going to be kind of a contributor, but at best.
Yeah, Atkins won't be around forever. So, and Dangerfield says he wants to play 400. Fucking hell. So, guy can't even play fucking against the bottom team, then like limp to 400.
So you call him Dangerfield.
Chris, before when you were talking about the players that got on the plane, is that confirmed that they got on those three?
Yeah, Manny said it. Manny said it in the chat. It's been confirmed.
Okay.
That'd be horrible going all that way there and not playing.
He said they were on the plane today.
It's not even that. It's like I was from the emergencies I would pick. I'd probably pick a different couple. But
so would I.
Hopefully, wherever he read that, I'm just hoping it's slightly incorrect.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, Void. Who out of those? Let's say it's 3 changes. Who comes out? If it's Bruzzy, Angry, and we think it's going to be what we think Hugh stays in. Who else comes? Who do you think goes out?
So who I want, or what I think he'll like the coach will do?
Well, both ways. Both ways.
I've just seen
who
it.
he wants and what's going to happen be different.
Yeah.
What was it? Are you questioning who was on the plane?
Oh, I just said I'm hoping the report's wrong and that it's a different group of people.
No, it's West and Anderson are on the plane.
Yeah, okay. So it's only going to be 2. It's only going to be 2 at most. Then that'll change. Yeah. Okay. I thought it might have. I thought if there's 3 or 4 names, then maybe we'd get a little surprise, but no. It's going to be It's going to be Bruz and Q in, and then Anderson probably for long. I'm guessing.
Well, we hope. I want Angry back.
So just to clarify, Bruz is Maynard, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's his nickname at the club, Bruz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll come straight back in then, eh? He's the captain.
Yeah.
Or
Who did
acting.
we have in Anthony's video? We convinced him to put Pod in and Anderson
Angry.
and
Yeah,
who was the third? We convinced we got 3 changes in that
I'm trying to remember.
hypothetical team.
I'm trying to remember. It was Pods, Angry, and I'm trying to think the third. He didn't want to drop side bottom. I know that much. I'm trying to remember.
Pod's angry.
Didn't want to drop
and-
side on him.
No, he didn't. He didn't want to drop him at all.
I know Matt wants us to drop side bottom.
Well, Rowan Steele, we wanted to drop, and Long. I'm just trying to think who the third was.
Matt wants the whole team dropped.
No, Chris, we had Harry Dimatia in the side.
Yeah, I wanted him. I want Dimity for
Yeah.
sure.
We had Dimatia in for Bo. That's right.
Yeah,
Oh, for
like he
McKay.
was going to do that. We were hoping.
I'd reckon you should try to put Bo on the wing. If he was at Geelong, we'd do that. We'd try to do that because he's got the running capacity.
We just want players that we only not care if they tackle. We don't really care if they get the football.
Mm.
That's what I was saying last night. I said, yeah, it's great. I love people that tackle, but
Mm.
you've also got to get the football,
Yeah.
a little bit. Because there was the argument is that even though Long had no clearances last week, and I think, Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, 0 clearances and how many contested possessions? So he had like a dozen or so touches. And then the other night they were sort of, raving about the 8 tackles he had, even though the metrics, the other important metrics were not being met.
Does that mean Rowan
I thought-
Steele's out for Braz? And then what? I'm trying to think who would come in for Angry then.
Well, see, there you go. So Ned Long's an inside mid apparently, and he got. I know he didn't
Yeah.
attend all. Like he had 30% attendance for CBAs,
Yeah.
but 0 contested possessions and 0 clearances for an inside player. How's that even possible? So if you're not doing that, then what are you in the side for? Just for the tackling?
No, it's what we always say. He's one of Fly's favourites. He won't drop him. Like Matt says, he's one of his favourites. He won't drop him.
We've got a player that's only in for his tackling though.
Mm.
Yeah, but we have about 5 players that are in for their tackle.
That's right.
That's Tom Atkins, because Tom Atkins won't hurt you the other way, but he's a lockdown midfielder he'll tackle the hell out of you, but he doesn't get large numbers. Like he'll give you 10 tackles in the game, but he won't give you 20 touches.
See, Ed Allen got like 9 tackles, and I don't know what his disposals were. I think it was just under 20. I can't remember though now, but he had his 9 tackles, and then see Bo gets a lot of tackles, and then Long gets a lot of tackles, but they can't just be getting 9 or 10 disposals. It's just because if the ball's not in your hand, it's in their hand. And there's a good spread. You want a good spread of guys getting 20 in the mid-20s or 30s. And if it's only Nick and Geordie, getting those high disposals, then there's just no balance across the team. 2 guys are basically getting it done in the midfield.
But that's been the story of the year, though. It's the same 2 guys, Geordie and Nakos and Geordie.
The other sort of but then after those guys, you end up say if Endels has an okay game, he'll get 20 something.
Yes, like he did against Bombers.
But then we have this big section of players that just sit, they just consistently sit on that between 9 and 15 disposal games.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's just, I just think, it's you do need a couple of those guys in the team, just pressure players that get a dozen disposals, but you can't have like 6 or 7 of them.
No.
How many disposals is Lipinski averaging?
Oh, do you have to bring up Lipinski, please?
Yeah, I
You know
want
how
to
much I
say
know. Really,
He
Lucas?
averages about 20,
Eight
23, 24 disposals.
yeah. 18
But he
would be a
doesn't
low
get
one.
goals though, does he? He doesn't hurt you on the board.
He
Gets probably one
does.
or two every so often.
Yeah.
See, Chris Scott used as a legit winger in Dempsey, and he's had a bad 6 weeks, to be fair, Dempsey. But last year he was averaging about 25 to 30 and 2 goals a game. Like, he played really, really well. And his two-ray running was the best in the league, along with who's the Hawthorn ringman, Whittle. You don't put Lipinski in that class, do you?
Well, he's definitely got elite running patterns. I don't know what that means, but he's elite at it.
Yeah, that's why Swaddling. That's why we're hoping Swaddling will sort of come on, because he's like we just need a couple of accumulators.
Yeah,
To keep the ball off the opposition. You know,
what's elite?
But when you're tackling, that means you don't have the football.
Yeah, what we need, we need Ron Barassi to come into the club just for 1 week, so he can just yell out, "You give me possessions and I'll shut up."
What? I'm sorry. What's elite running patterns mean? What does that mean?
Not sure.
Who said
It
that?
sounds good though.
It does sound good. It sounds.
I'll tell you what though, an underrated stat is that we've got like at least 4 players. We've got Sidebottom, Lipinski, Houston, Pendles. There's one more I can't think of right now. Rowan Steele. And on champion data, they all rate elite for jogging.
Gee whiz.
So,
knock me down with a feather.
especially Dan Houston. He is a good jogger. He was better on the weekend, but it was only Richmond.
Yeah, okay.
He was terrible. Here's the thing. Like, he had, I don't know, 25 possessions or something against Port Adelaide. But he was, I watched the game back, because at first watch, I thought he was bad. And I thought, I watched the replay against Port Adelaide just to review Houston's game. And it was diabolically bad. God, it was bad. And his first quarter against Richmond was just as bad, but he improved after quarter time.
What network do you get over there to watch games, Matt?
Fox.
Oh, really? Oh, shit. Okay. Wow.
So it's an app called Watch AFL, and it's basically just all the Fox coverage, every game and every AFL related TV show.
Oh, okay.
But I prefer to talk to you blokes and listen to that rubbish.
Yeah.
Me too.
I watch a few clips. It'll pop up, and I'll watch a few bibs and bobs on YouTube. But I won't sit down and watch a whole game of On the Couch. A whole episode of On the Couch or 360 or First Crack.
I don't watch that crap.
Nah.
I think I can get more out of listening to you guys than fucking On the Couch, to be fair. Like, I've known a little bit about Collingwood in the last 3 months than I have in the last 10 years just by being on this show.
I like listening to Bucks on there, because Bucks tells me something that I'm interested in that I don't know already. Like, he'll break down some point that's interesting, whereas old Jack.
Fucking hell.
It's so funny. It reminds me of on there. It reminds me of when a kid like gets into their dad's closet when they're 4, and they put on like their dad's suit or something, and they're walking around the house, and they've got like a fake cigar. It's like you're trying to be the grown-up in the room.
Did you see that episode of Simpsons where Abe Simpson goes to war as an 11-year-old, and he's wearing the army trench coat?
Yeah.
Still like that.
Hey, I found my notes. Do you want to hear my Houston notes from Port?
Yes.
Oh, go right ahead.
I didn't get the last quarter, but so first quarter, 6 minute mark, jogging, 7 minute mark, not manning up, player gets the ball easily, 8 minute mark, not kicking corridor. We had 6 options, including Geordie. That was when he took a chest mark and did that. You know, when they pump their hands down. No. You know, whoa. You settle down. You know? Do you remember that? How annoying was that?
Yeah. Yep.
The 9 minute mark, jogging, everyone else running. That was when we got the ball. I don't know if it was a turnover, but it was a free kick, and you see everyone streaming out of the back line, and Josh and Houston are standing next to each other, and you see the whole back line sprints out of defense, and Houston's jogging, and it really stood out. Second quarter, ignores Pez in the pocket on the kick out, goes down the line. 15-minute mark. Oh, he went one-handed. Swaddling did a really good bit of play, handballed it, and Houston went one-handed on it and just dropped it. Dump turnover, 12-minute mark. Jogging again. Handballs to long instead of kicking. What the fuck? Third quarter, drop mark. Burns Pez again. Drop chest mark. Turnover. Dump kick again.
This is a hate watch here, Matt.
That was his game. He won a best players award from some pillow manufacturer.
Okay. Oh, those Fox Footy Awards.
No, it was some sponsor, like a pillows or something like that. Hang on, I've got an image of it somewhere.
I don't know if you want to be winning any type of pillows or betting as a football player. It just sort of implies that you're sleepy.
That's it.
Well, this guy, he's so good at it, he could jog in his sleep.
So Matt, why do you if they see we need a sponsor, a treadmill sponsor.
Here he is. This is the Contour Sleep Well player, AFL Nation, and look at Swaddling in the background. What the fuck?
Oh my god!
It's Swaddling's first game. He's like, fuck, he was the best player.
Looks like he just had to sleep by that photo.
He's not going to sleep well because he's still got, he didn't tire himself.
He had his first quarter was crap against Richmond, but I was on Houston watch, and he was one of our best players. And you know what? You know what he's actually doing, and I've been criticizing him for it because it's the most obvious and easiest way to get a kick, especially on the half back line. It's handball receives. And he doesn't get them. He's I think Josh or someone was saying he's number 5, or maybe Benny, someone. He's number 5 in our back line for handball receives. Now that is pure laziness. So against Richmond, he was much better. I think he got 3 or 4. He kicked a goal from 1. So that is such an easy way to get involved when you're playing across half back. And now with the stand rule, the guy on the mark can't even chase you.
No.
So he gets 5 or 6 of those a game, and his whole game changes, and our whole game will change. So Dan, you're probably listening. That's why you lifted against Richmond. That's what you got to do. Run, and it's not that they don't use him. You can't use him if he's not in the right spaces to give it to. But if he's running and going for the handball receives, or running to space and getting the forward handballs, he's going to get a lot more of it. And he's starting to do that. So hopefully he can do it against Gold Coast, because we fucking need it. We need some run.
and we all want him to succeed.
Have you?
Absolutely.
about
Absolutely.
putting Bo back
we
there?
want to get his trade value up. So we do want him to succeed.
How about putting Bo back there? Is that an option?
Back in the VFL, absolutely. We need to put him back there. On the wing in the VFL, I reckon he'll do really well.
No, I
He'll
think he
get
went
his-
back to South Australia.
South Australia, Bo was born. Heave away, go away. South Australia, please take Bo. He's bound for South
Oh,
Australia.
And take Houston too.
He's got to fire up. Jeez, he's obviously not out of the team, so he's got to fire up.
No, he's got to fire up.
But were you listening into the at the start, Void, about the favoritism, the different aspects of it when you have the special treatment? Is that players who are getting the special treatment and not, they just relax.
Yeah.
Because their spot's not under pressure. So, you know, you're a young guy in your early 20s and you know you can just run around like it's a kick with your mates and get 10 possessions week after week. Don't have to, a forward who doesn't have to kick goals, no real pressure, you know, then okay, what's going to happen to what's the worst that can happen? You just keep getting games.
It's like you're warning them, right? And you know that they're not going to make good on it. It's kind of like in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, where they go, I swear you touch me once more, just once more, just once more, just once more.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the problem. Like if you know you're not going to make good on it, can you try and play better next week?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, some players get half a chance, and others seem to get about 10 or 11.
Yeah, and there's different levels of club fly. Like you've got your Bows and your Howies and your Sideys, and they're like elite level, like they're lieutenants of flies. And then you've got Long and Rowan Steele. They're sort of like privates, so they're in the club, but they can be dropped. So Rowan Steele could get dropped, and Long did get omitted, but if they do, they're back in a week or two.
Yeah.
So Long took a while to get into the club, but he's not like an elite member of the club fly.
Yeah.
But premiership players are elite members. Like if the list management hadn't stepped in and delisted Will Hoskin-Elliott would be playing every game this year, and Allen would not have played. He'd still be playing Will Hoskin-Elliott over Allen. So the only way to stop these. Well, if Mycheck's not in, see, Mycheck's a contributor. So Mycheck's problem for us was that his body started to give way. But you've ruined my train of thought there, Lucas.
Lucas.
No, it's all right. It's all good. It's all good. I was going to say.
Well, he did play him lame in that final.
He did.
So he was very much an unequivocally auto picked player.
That was, yeah. So that playing in that prelim was a auto selection that would not have happened. Like, here's the thing: like, you had a fit McStay who hadn't been playing well. You had a fit McStay, and he went for Mycheck over McStay in that prelim. Just that one selection. If McStay plays in that game, we probably win that game. That's how fine a margin it is. And so that just shows you that at that stage, Checkers was an elite level club fly member, and McStay is in club fly. But you see the difference between McStay and Checkers is what? Why was Checkers elite level club fly? Premiership.
Yeah.
Would that be the same with Ginnivan?
They're special elite. You're elite. That's why Lipper is elite level premiership.
See, when we were going well in 23, Lipper was like kind of a guy like Lipper was sort of on the 23rd, 24th, 22nd type player. But then as the teams become a bit more average, now he's probably 7 shy of where he was. He's not anywhere near the edge the way he used to be. So that's kind of how you can tell we've regressed a little bit, because a guy like him is not the 23rd player now. Yeah, and that's what happens. It's what happened in the 90s too, when you had players at Collingwood who were sort of like fixtures in the team who wouldn't get a game.
Stephen Patterson and people like that.
He played 99 games for us.
See, we should have players ahead of Lipper, shouldn't we? Like that shows how bad our development has been in the last 3 years. That Lipper has gone from on the edge player, lucky in the grand final, to probably a first 15 picked, maybe first 10 picked.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I could pick 5. I could pick about 5. I reckon I could pick 4 or 5 that should go out ahead of him at the moment. But that's what's happened. He's been given so much rope. That that's what'll happen. You if it's see, look what Membry's doing now. Oh, like he's kicked 7 goals in the last 3 weeks. Is not the point. And but look at Lipper. So you get to do you think we should drop Lipper? No, I don't. That's silly. But he shouldn't. He shouldn't have been. Him playing means that someone like Swaddling has 1 game instead of 8 games to this point. Yeah. See, when we got him, I thought my thought about him was at the time was, okay, this is a pretty handy pickup for like no draft capital, no trade capital. So this will tide us over for 2 years, 3 years, and then hopefully he's the kind of player at the time I thought in an ideal side he'd be decent depth. He'd come in, he'd probably play 12 games a year.
Yeah, he's a Sullivan.
Yeah.
Different player, but he's that level. He's a very good VFL player who can come in and do a good job, but he shouldn't be a first picked.
We just didn't bring anyone in. I thought we were going to start recruiting, but we sort of didn't. We didn't fill positions in the midfield. We went after back flankers or small forwards.
Yeah.
So we just left that pretty neglected, because we obviously thought our midfield was.
True.
We probably overrated it a little bit because we had Nick in there, and it made it look a little bit like it batted a little deeper than it probably did. Because I mean, I sort of think the wing's an extension of the midfield, so it's a sort of in terms of the type of players.
The Schultz, the Schultz and the Houston trades are they just stand out as all-time total botching of list management.
Yeah.
And you can say what you like. Houston may go on a run of 10 great games, but we didn't need either of them. And I really like Shooter, and he's a heart and soul sort of guy and 100% effort. But I would just as sooner have a Joe Richards or a Ginnivan. We needed to get midfielders in. We needed midfielders. Sorry?
I said you had Ginnivan and you let him go.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like sometimes you just need to go. okay, this guy's a bit of a scallywag, but you know what's the worst he's doing? Going to the races the night before the game, you know, being a bit of a cheeky fucker. He's a kid. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't like him, and I still don't like him, but I don't hate him, and I could, you know, at the, you know what I mean? Like, it's you're gonna have a few players who are not perfect.
The only reason I was sort of happy, well, not happy with what we gave up for Schultz, but he's quicker than Ginnivan. My only issue with Ginnivan is that he needs to be in a super, super fast side for his pace not to be a problem for the team. He's lucky at Hawthorn that he can be laconic because he does have a lot of really quick players around him that give him a lot of space.
Right.
At Collingwood, if we was in the current Collingwood team now, he'd be really slowing us down.
So you reckon they've seen, okay, we're going to be pretty slow for the next 3 years. Guinea, you're out the door.
Oh no, I don't reckon that was their thinking, but that was just me. I always thought his pace was probably why he was, you know, he had a footy IQ, but his pace got exposed a little bit when he wasn't when he wasn't getting contested ball. Sorry, when he was getting contested ball, he seemed to sort of get caught really easy. At Hawthorn at the moment, he's sort of lucky. He's playing a link-up role, and it works for him, especially because they've got some pretty handy players. Like Hawthorn's a really fast side. They don't really have many slow players. So you can carry one or two slower players, but you can't. If our current setup, we have way too many as it is.
But what was Ginnivan's problem though? Like you said, he was just a bit cheeky, but he wasn't bad.
Oh, so what happened at the start of 2023? He got caught taking whatever he was taking. There's a video of it, I think.
Oh,
so
okay.
then he was on the outer for most of that season. He was I can't remember if the club gave him a sanction or a ban, but then when he came back, he was kind of relegated to the VFL a little bit, and he was in and out of the side a lot that year, and he was he looked like he was kind of on the outer. And then what happened, they made him the sub in the first two finals in 23. So they were sort of reintegrating him, and then for the grand final, they decided to make him a starting player and to make Lipinski the sub. So Lipinski had a bit of poor form in the first or second or both the first two finals. So Lipinski was sort of relegated to sub, and Ginnivan was promoted into the team. And then the night before the grand final, he went out to the races or something, and that was sort of the final straw, I think. And also not doing much in the grand final probably didn't help.
Yeah, he was
not out of the race. You know, what could you possibly do there?
He wasn't sort of kicked out. I don't think he was. Once we went after Shooter, from memory at the time, he didn't want to fight for his spot and he wanted to leave. Okay. We were happy to let him leave, though. It wasn't like we were fighting to keep him, but I think they were happy to keep him there. But he thought we'd recruited somebody, and he was gonna be too far back in the pecking order. That's from memory. I could be wrong. It's been a while, but
and now you're wanting
anyway.
back.
My original point. Yeah. My original point is whether you go and get whatever we needed to get a midfielder, or instead of getting, we needed to get a midfielder or two. We've been lacking midfielders for 3 years. Mitchell was really only good for a top up for a year or two. And who else did we have? Who else did we bring in? Ned Long.
I know we went after that guy from the Gold Coast, but he re-signed. We were very keen on that guy. What's his name? Alex. What's his last name? Someone in Josh in the chat or Milkshake. He's a big-bodied midfielder, but he's always kind of in and out of the Gold Coast side. At the moment, he's injured. Let me look it up. Yeah, we're very, very keen on him.
See, I'm just watching back that Houston goal. What happened is Dacos took the ball. Dacos took the ball in the center. It was a free kick. Houston went past him for the handball. Dacos burnt him. Right? Kicks it to Darcy Cameron. What did Houston do? He kept running. That's Houston's problem, is he doesn't have second efforts. And in the modern game, you often and mostly, unless you're Nick Dacos, you don't get it the first time you present with an option. But you've got to keep running. And sometimes it might be the second or your third effort is where you get on the end of it.
Yeah.
And that's why he was different on the weekend, is he had more effort. People think I'm really unfair calling him lazy, but in this modern day, if you are putting in one effort, that is lazy in this modern game, and you are not going to influence the game if you are a running sort of receiver type player.
See, I don't see why he can't, at the very least, be sort of do what Ginnivan does, right? Because Ginnivan's not quick, but he's really good at linking up.
Yep.
I don't see why Dan can't even go up the ground and just give off a tiny little dinky little handball here and there to link up play. So you don't have to be super quick to do that. You just have to keep running. Don't have to run fast.
That's what I mean. He's not running. He jogs everywhere. And sometimes you need to realize that if it's not in your area and you want to be involved, you've got to run to either where the play is now, and if there's a stoppage or whatever, or it's like in dispute, you can be involved, or you shoot through the middle, or you go to the fat side, or you run forward of the ball. So there's three choices you can make there. And all three of those you can be involved. Obviously, if you run through the corridor, that's more attacking. You've obviously got to consider your man when you do that. So when we've got possession, it's less risky. But also, if you're smart and you read the play well, and we're cutting it out to the wing, and IQ is 30 meters in space, and you can see that side bottom's going out there. Now you dart down the middle. So it's a calculated risk. 90% chance we're going to retain that ball, and you can get on the end of it in an attacking position in the corridor. Next thing you know, you're kicking inside 50. So it's at being able to read the play and going to the areas where you can hurt the opposition. He just needs to work harder, and he needs to work smarter as well, and he will get 25 to 30 really valuable possessions.
Absolutely. Yeah, he'd be the difference. He'd almost make you a contending side if he was playing the way he used to play.
Yeah.
But we've got to really clear out some of these just good, honest players that we have, because I don't think anyone in the VFL could do a worse job. At least they'll do the same job, I think, at the very least.
Exactly.
Different if some of these guys were just kind of just doing a little bit better than what the other guys could do, but they're not really like lighting the house on fire. So
the other one, going back to my doesn't need to necessarily be young for old. The other one who could go back for a spell on top of Bo and Rowan Steele is Harvey Harrison. He's just not quite at the level at the moment. He can go back, get his confidence up. If he stays in the side, someone said it the other day, he needs to be put on the ball or put on the wing or on the half back where it's easier to get. It seems like he's being played as a high half forward. Is that right? Is that where he's being played?
I think since he's been in the side, he's allowed Shooter to play closer to goal.
Oh, that's good. Shooter's good closer to goal, but half forward is such a hard position to play.
Yeah.
Like you're trying to get, like when Nick Dacos came into the side, obviously a talent already, a star, very smart. Probably not Fly's idea. It was probably Brendan Bolton's idea. Nick Dacos is starting on halfback because it's the easiest position to play. So when you blood these young guys, you put them on the halfback flank. It's easy to read the play from there. You can run straight at the ball. When you're playing on the forward flank, you're sort of running with the flight of the ball a lot of the time. You can't attack the ball like you can playing halfback. So I think
It did surprise me last year because sometimes I listen back to old streams if I'm just sleeping. I'll chuck on old streams from like a year ago and listen to what everyone was saying, what I was even writing in the chat. And I gave him a lot of latitude last year. And I realized in retrospect, yeah, you called it. You called it back then. I didn't. I was trying not to see it.
Dan?
Yeah, it really doesn't. It's not. It's a position people start out in football a lot of the time. So I don't understand why it's been that hard to integrate him as a flanker, which is a position you should be able to walk into, and even if you've barely played football, and you're fast and you're an accumulator, you should be able to be just slotted at half back and do a half decent job. So the guy goes dual All Australian. I don't know why it was so hard. It's not a hard position to play as positions go in football. He should be able to be serviceable in that position.
Yeah.
And I don't get why it's been such a pulling teeth to figure out how to fit him into. I mean, I get we want him to defend and he doesn't. That's not his sort of style. But then he's also sort of not using the football very well either, the way he used to.
No.
So I don't get that. His confidence must be really shot for some reason.
I think sometimes players like this, like Fly is obviously Fly is, as a coach, you're either a mum or a dad, okay? Mum's the cuddles, arm around you, and but if you play up, then wait till your dad comes home, and dad comes in and he's the heavy hitter, all right? Fly's too much like the mum, okay? So dad coach would say, no, this bloke needs punishment. Punishment, not the right word to use, but you know what I mean. He needs a bit of the stick. He goes back to the reserves and he gets his confidence back in the reserves and learns how to be a dominant halfback flank. Where Fly, being the mum, the female energy, is like, no, don't do that. Oh, poor Dan. No. Oh, that's so mean. Why would you do that? No, I'm going to let him stay up here. And don't care if he doesn't play well for 2 months. You'll hurt his feelings. Rubbish. He's going back to VFL. Harden him up. Now that sounds archaic.
Chris, wasn't it Chris that was saying Dan Houston's the best player in the world?
No,
that's West.
I said Joey West.
Oh no, I thought it was Houston.
Like I would say Houston, really? I don't know. Come on, Void-Eyed, really?
Oh, I don't know. No, I'm joking.
No, I said West. I stand by that argument.
I'm pulling your leg.
You could have really stirred him up and said, "Oh, didn't you say that Lipinski was the best player in the world, Chris?"
Really, you had to say Lipinski? Really? Really, Matt? Really? You really had to get under my skin and say Lipinski?
That's what I meant.
You going to say Darcy Moore?
Gee, Westy's got some. Westy's going to have to be an all-time champion now.
That's in the vault. That's in the vault.
I stand by my argument. I've seen too much of the
I'm looking
VFL not
forward
to
to it.
stand by that.
I hope you're right, Chris. We all hope you're right.
Well, you've watched in the VFL, Voidoid. Haven't you seen what I've seen? How he could be, like Matt says, he could be the next Jason Dunstall. Haven't you seen that in the VFL? To see that?
Yeah, for sure. I hope so too. All signs looking good so far.
So anyway, going back to my point is when a guy like Houston has been underperforming for a year and a half, people say, "Oh, but he had such a good game. It was against a Richmond VFL side." Okay, so let's not get too excited. There's nothing wrong. Like Geelong, go and recruit that Warple guy as a free agent for 4 years on $800,000, not performing VFL straight away.
Yeah.
We don't do that because Chris Scott is a dad coach and Craig McRae is a mum coach. That's the difference. Oh no. Oh, don't so mean. Nah.
Was Bucks
needs some toughening up.
Was Bucks at Geelong before you got Warple? Like, was he there like a couple of months before the trade period? Lucas?
Sorry, mate. Can you say that again?
Was Bucks already at Geelong before the trade period last year?
No, I think he came a little bit later.
Okay.
A little bit later.
Warple does feel like a bit of a Bucks sort of recruit.
Don't you agree with that? I agree with that 100%.
No, I think Geelong. To be fair, Geelong we're into Warple halfway through the season, so they were into him for a very long time. Actually, God knows why. But yeah, they were into him way before. Yeah, Bucks got there. Yeah.
Warple's the exact type of guy we would have probably had at Collingwood in 2017.
Well,
Who have you guys got this week?
Brisbane.
Oh, the cat's meowing. Wait a second. Enough. Stop. 1 second.
That's appropriate for the cats, actually, to be fair.
Put her on the bed. She's running.
No, we got the cats in Geelong, so it's a 50-50.
Oh, yep.
It's actually one of those games that will probably determine the top four. So it'll be an 8-point turnaround for us if we lose that game. That's a big game. Brisbane got a good record there, actually.
I know where Brisbane are at, actually. I think Sydney wasn't. I don't think Sydney's been playing that well, so I'm not reading into that yet.
No. You'll know more tonight.
Yeah. Have you got any injuries?
Just Myers with ACL awareness.
You've got to like, how many people are on your injury list at the moment? Like in general,
from our best 22.
Yeah.
One. That's Myers.
Oh wow.
Oh great. Look at our team to yours.
So Close is injured, but Close has been in and out of our team for a couple of months now, so I wouldn't call him a generified starter. So yeah, it's just Myers with that weirdness ACL awareness.
That's all right. I didn't realise. They're talking a lot about Freo's healthy list. So I didn't realise you guys were that. So they don't mention Geelong much. So I thought maybe you had a few on the long term list, but no, it's pretty good.
No, like like even our AFL list of players in the VFL are injury free, like Warple and Stevens and all that. They're gone injury free. So Max Hunter Holmes. So no, we haven't had any. We've had a couple of injuries to Tom Stewart, but he always gets those injuries. He always gets those old man injuries. A couple of knocks, but no, not major ones. No, just this mysterious ACL awareness that Myers has got, and Cameron's got with nerve pain. But yeah,
weird one with Cameron.
Well, it's weird because some days he says he's fine, and then there's like last week, so the week before the Freo game, he couldn't favour his left hand side. He was trying to mark everything on his right side, and he in the press conference, Chris said, he had nerve pain in this game, but the other week before he was fine. So his nerve pain is a bit game by game. But that's the thing. Like, if you're in a grand final and he has nerve pain, you're fucked. Because he's the most important player. When Cameron has bad games, we have bad games. Because he's not just the leading scorer, but he's our conductor from the wing kind of to the centre half forward. Because he's actually a very good field kick. And he pushes up the ground and then he gets back. He's got a really good engine. So when he has bad games, we have terrible games. We don't win. We actually don't win when he has bad games. I don't remember a game where he's kicked only 2 goals and we've won. I don't remember. He's that important to us.
No,
Are you streaming tonight, Lucas? Tonight's game?
Yes.
How do you think you'll go against Brisbane?
I will be after. Whether this will be at 4 a.m. or 5 a.m., I'll be doing my tipping show, so you can come across for that. So I was supposed to do that about 5 hours ago, but that's all right. I've got nothing ready anyway. I'll be doing the streaming, the watch along. I've got that all set up. So, how do I think we go? I've picked us to win. I've picked us to win by 14 points. So, it could be one of those meltdown streams, couldn't it?
Like the Fremantle one. You weren't happy when you came on afterwards.
No, I was not happy. No, I was angry. There's only really 2 games hang on. There's only 3 games this year that's really made me angry. Well, the 4th one, there was the Port Adelaide game where I actually watched live, but I wasn't streaming. I went to the game live. I was angry then. That's the Carlton game, the Gold Coast game in round 0, whatever we want to fucking call it, and Freo. They're the only 3 games that I've done on my watch along. And I've been the Carlton game I was just filthy with, absolutely filthy with. The Gold Coast is more of a same old with Gold Coast up in Queensland. What else is new? And then the Freo game really pissed me off because we did have a full, like I said, we had a full list. I know Smith didn't play that game; he got managed. Well, they say illness, but he got managed. But
watch
that
out,
made me a bit
Lucas.
angry.
We're coming for you. We're coming. We're rolling up the
They're
ladder.
coming for. We're almost near top 4. We're near you. We're almost near you, Lucas. If you look at the ladder, you're 6 points in front of us.
Yeah, you're only 2 games behind.
Yeah, we're coming. We're the lid.
We're going to get you, Lucas, and you're going to be in the wild card.
We're just keeping a lid on it for now. We don't want to get our fans too excited, but we're just keeping a lid on it. Two in a row
and
now.
then, Lucas, you can be in the wild card. We'll be in the top 4. It'll be all sweet.
Well, hopefully when we have that wild card game, hopefully that'll be in Geelong, and you can come across to Geelong down the highway. That would be nice.
That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen until you get build a bigger stadium that can hold 90,000. That's never going to happen.
They're not just anybody can beat the team 2 weeks ago that beat Geelong.
Yeah.
We just can't beat Geelong direct. We just can't beat Geelong directly, but we beat the teams that beat Geelong.
That's it. Yes.
Yeah, we beat Geelong secondhand.
Well, you have a good chance to beat that second end in Gold Coast. So there's another one to your list.
We have to do like a secondhand victory. We have to, yeah. No,
did you tag anyone in that game? Did you tag Petrarca?
In the first or the second one?
No, the one recently.
The one recently we won by 60 points. We tagged. No, we didn't tag anyone. Mullins played, but it's because they've got Anderson, Miller, Rorau, and Petrarca all playing, so it was just hard to tag. So we didn't even bother, to be honest. And yeah, they had a lot of inside 50s that game as well, but they just couldn't. There was no connection with their mids and Ben King. I'll tell you who had a field day in that game was bloody John Noble and Jeffries. They had a day out in that game. So they would have had about 30, 35 each. So
I love listening to it. They're getting fucking copping it all week, Gold Coast. And I'm like, thanks. Like the week before we play them, they're copping it at their absolute worst.
Oh, fucking hell. Everyone's they're copping it, and now they're going to give it to us. Oh, fucking hell. Thanks, everyone.
We come up against the side. You know? Yeah.
Guys, got to call a night here. Do you want to start a stream? Do your stream, Lucas, and we'll send everyone who's left here over to you.
Yeah, I was going to do my tipping show, so yeah, I'll send you.
Yeah. But are you? Hang on, I'll check if you are a mod, so you can. One sec. Make a comment. Make a comment in the chat, in the public chat, for me.
Oh, in the YouTube chat. Hang on, let's go on YouTube. Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on a sec. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, just give me 10 minutes because I've got to put in all the information and the odds and my tips and that. And then I'll send you a link, and you can send that to Chris and Void if they want to come on.
Oh, okay. I was going to suggest you just we'll keep the stream going till you're ready.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's what you want to do, yeah.
Yeah, and then when you're ready, you can. I've just modded you, so when you're ready, you can just put it in this chat here, and then when you're ready, I'll stop this.
Well, I'll make the broadcast now, and then put in the information, and then all right, I'll just go off camera a bit.
All right. Well,
I'm gonna go to bed. I'm actually tired.
Yeah, me too.
Sorry.
All right. Well,
sorry, Lucas.
That's all right. We've still got.
That's all right.
There's still 11 people watching, like Josh and Milkshake. So, so whoever's left, we'll send them over.
Yeah, send them over to the Geelong phone. I'll do a tipping, and yeah, it's all good.
Awesome. Thanks, Void and Chris. And thanks everyone who's been in the chat. We'll hang out and chat for until Lucas is ready.
Okay. I'll make my broadcast now.
All right, cool.
Well, there you go. Yeah, so no idea what we're going to do with Gold Coast this week.
Yeah, it's like every game this year. It's like every game. They're
going to be fired up, but they're not going to. I don't think they're going to be able to turn it around in a week. But if we let them run, and it's going to be they'll exploit our lack of pace. That's the only thing I worry about. I think defensively we're sound enough to, Gold Coast backline's pretty poor, so you can score pretty well against them, but it'll just be a matter of don't let them do anything with their repeat entries.
The way I see
selection will be
Gold Coast,
critical. It'll be critical selection. Sorry, Matt. Selection will be critical tomorrow night because you got Angry and West and Q. Who's going to come in? Who's going to be in the side tomorrow night? And then you got Brozzy.
the way I see it with Gold Coast at the moment is they're protesting against the coach. There's some sort of they're not happy sort of thing, or maybe they're protesting each other. So Gold Coast is a bunch of absolute stars, and they sort of have a bit of an issue as playing as a team. So they're not happy. But what's going to happen is this game against Collingwood, they're going to come out and they are going to absolutely turn on the gas, and bare minimum, it's going to be a game where at some stage they're 4 or 5 goals up and we might try and come back, but they may actually smash us. And what that is a bunch of egomaniac, spoiled kids showing the football world, we don't like this Hardwick guy, he's mean, but look what we can do. That's what I think is going to happen. And then they'll beat Collingwood, and then they'll go back to being shit again. But
what will your opinion be? What will your opinion be if we beat them up there? Because up there is a different proposition. Like, I know they're getting smacked when they play away from their ground, but Hawthorn beat them up there a couple of weeks ago, I think by 9 points or something.
If we beat them easily up there, then Damien Hardwick is in big trouble. Because if they can't live for Collingwood, there's nothing like Collingwood to bring your team into form. Like coaches, when they're having this slump, must look at the draw and say, "Oh, this Collingwood game can't come fast enough." All we need right now, we've lost 4 games in a row. We just need a Collingwood game soon as possible, because all the media, all of the build-up, packed house, biggest crowd they'll get all year. We hate Collingwood. The show comes to town. If you can't get up for Collingwood, then you've got problems at your club.
And then what do you do when you sack him? Because they've brought this superstar coach in, so they've tried everyone else, and then this has failed. So then where do they go? Do you have to make that hard conversation about folding him, relocating him? Because nothing seems to be working.
I think what Berg suggested is that Hardwick is one of these guys who's only as good as his assistants. So that I don't think he has the right people around him. And there's some coaches out there, and some of them are like legendary premiership coaches. And if they don't, they're good at certain things, and other things they're no good at. If they don't have people in those places to do shit like that, then they really struggle.
Yeah.
They didn't really need Petrarca. I don't know why they got him.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, okay, guys.
Sorry,
So Lucas has put the link to his stream. That's your stream in the chat there, Lucas. Yeah.
Correct.
So
Correct.
So jump on that link, anyone who's still hanging out, and I'm going to shut down the stream soon. Thanks so much for everyone who contributed, especially Lucas and Void and Chris and Age and everyone else. Sorry if I've forgotten everyone and everyone in the chat. Looking forward to Mick at Magpie Army Chronicles. We'll do a stream tomorrow night, like a selection and pre-game stream to the Gold Coast. So that'll be fun. And I'm not sure if I'll do a pre-game stream. I think I'm going out of town. But anyway, I'll fill you in if I'm doing something else soon. Thanks again, guys. Have a good night, everyone. And
thank you.
I'll see you all over at the Geelong zone. I'll be just lurking over there.
Just give me 10 minutes to put in my information, and we'll be ready to go. I only go for 10-15 minutes. It's just a tipping show. That's about it. So yeah.
That's all right. We'll keep you up for 3 hours. No problem.
We'll
We'll
you can go until 5:30, Lucas. You can go until 5:30.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Anyway, you've got somewhere to go for 10 minutes anyway. All right. See you later, guys. I'm going to shut it down.
What do you guys see?
All right.
Like.
Says.
Bye.